Fortunately, it is the PTR, so we had an extra couple of minutes where nothing happened. So I could take my time getting set up. Variety. Alright. So our hope for today is that the PTR looks a little more exciting. So far, that is absolutely not what's going on, but, you know, things could happen. Anyway. Make sure that everything is up and running. Cool. So, Clem is playing Protoss because he is facing Cure, who is a Terran. This is the upper bracket, I guess you would call it, at the semifinals. Winner of this will face Byun, so we might potentially get a TVT if Cure advances. If Clem advances, then we might be getting another PVT, which PVT is supposed to be one of the more exciting PTR changes to watch because of the warp gate change. I don't think that's really been the case, though. It's mostly, I guess it depends on whether or not there's something early game happening, which, despite what people are hoping for, doesn't seem to happen all that often. It did happen last game. Kira did go for a one-base push, but he's done that in Legacy of the Void as well, so I don't really... Anyway. The, well, I guess he's doing it again, isn't he? 2 racks, 1-1-1. Kier bringing out the one-base build yet again. I mean, this makes sense to try and abuse the Protoss's PTR state, which is that they're trying to deal with the new economy situation, and they're trying to deal with the new warp gate situation. You'd think that a lot of people would be trying to kill them early on. But this is the whole idea behind the warp gate gateway change, is that it is... The reward for getting warp gate, which is 50-50 on every single gateway, is that you get to warp in anywhere. And as fast as you ever could. But there should be benefits to just having a gateway. Because its downside is you can't just warp in anywhere you can, right? So I believe it comes out faster. So there's that balancing act that's supposed to exist. And maybe it is a good enough balancing act that the Protosses just aren't dying to every single one base that ever hits them. But Kira's absolutely doing it again. It's what won him game number 2. I don't know what these SCDs are about. I guess he's thinking there might be a stalker counter. That's the only thing I can think of. He catches an adept, almost 2 on the front lines. There's only 2 stalkers out. So... Oh, I see. The medevac was going to come back. Okay, that's why he moved him over there. I was like, how in the world would there be that many stalkers? It's actually... Anyway. So, alright, the medevac comes back and is going to try and transport them most ASAPly, fast as possible. Clem sacrifices an adept to check out where his opponent is. This is a game of very small amount of units, so every unit does count. 4 stalkers, about to be 6, I suppose, with an immortal that isn't quite out as the army already approaches on the Protoss's doorstep. Seems tough. So it shouldn't be impossible for Clem to hold. Certainly if this was a 12-worker start and old warp gate, I would 100% be pointing out all the ways that a Protoss could survive this, but this is early enough that this is where we're kind of in unknown territory. Aside from the fact that Kira did win with this last game, but I didn't quite see if Clem was as prepared. Nice little counter run by. Gets a tank that's actually very good, although it does cost you a couple of your own stalkers, even catching some of the Marines as well. And the damage is being done to Clem's economy. Over half of the workers on the mineral line taken off, possibly prepared to be pulled as well, but that bunker is going to finish. Marine's going to jump in that. Tank looking to deal as maximum damage on the stalkers as possible. Immortals will rip through that tank easily. The bunker not even being used. There we go. But they also will rip through that bunker very quickly as well. So a lot of Marines left over, a lot of probes to die, but Kira is entirely all in on this. So as long as Clem holds, and he's good to go. And he does hold with still 15 more workers than his opponent. So this one base has not worked out nearly as well. Immortals are weak without their shields. The Marines are looking to get it. Tank arrives, takes one shot. Would have actually blasted them apart. Woof, that was close. Fortunately, next time they engage, there might be a 3rd Immortal plus the Immortal shields, which will at least give them the opportunity to kill the tank in turn. They might, you know, they probably will die themselves, especially when the Marines also focus in on them, but they will certainly trade out for the tank. Second tank is almost here, however, and that could be what really changes up the dynamic. Last time that second tank was taken out by the Stalkers. Second tank not yet sieged, however, and the Immortals are here. They're on top of it. Not quite, actually. It was the Stalkers, I believe, that actually took it out. But still, there's just too much. There's just too much Protoss. And Clem is going to hold, despite the newness of the Protoss Warp Gate. In that case, he just didn't get Warp Gate. He actually stayed on pure gateways, which is, as I was saying, I believe the intention is to kind of, you know, make sure that they don't just die to something early on. I think that anytime that they did, they would have to do far more with them just not knowing the exact build order they're supposed to be doing. Than it is the actual warp gate for the gateway. Prove that Protoss is not nerfed. I wouldn't go so far as to say that as of yet, but he's definitely proven that one base builds are not the catch-all weakness. Because if they were, if everyone literally could just one base against the new Protoss, then you think that would have been discovered fairly quickly. The lower bracket actually seems a little more interesting with Kira versus Bly and Hero versus Hero Marine. Well, Kira versus Bly, but since they're best of ones, I always hesitate jumping down there. Roddy's gonna jump down to the lower bracket anyway, as he does usually. Excuse me. Don't recognize him. TKL was ready. He's ready to kick anyone he didn't recognize. Poor Enki was about to get kicked. So many streamers who have different names on the PTR. Not by choice. I would have changed it by now, but I can't. Won't let me. And if people have, you know, everyone has read Wheel of Time that are in lobbies, they'd recognize at least it being a woman's name, and it might thus be like, oh, maybe that's ZombieGrub. But most people have not read Wheel of Time, and Egwene doesn't immediately jump out as a feminine name. Man, I know there's a hotkey that changes it so that they'll show the clan tag as well, which would help. But I guess, well, I guess I don't have it. I guess I don't remember it. So I'm just gonna have to bring up some text for the people who inevitably come in and ask, who is that? Which is fair enough. There you go. Maybe a little smaller. Match. That matches. It's close enough. Yeah, it's possible once per season on the regular client. But in PTR, I guess it's like something about the code doesn't actually update, that it's like a new one. I don't know how it works, but to be fair, I haven't tried this time around. Maybe it does work now, but if it did, I assume all of us would have changed already, because Roddy is 7, Enki is Scorpius, someone else I think has a different name, and then, yeah, I have a different name. And I think all of us would have tried, but maybe none of us did, because last time I know I tried, and there was no option. Last time was 8 months ago. Alright, so Beyond versus Clem. So Kira did just show one base that worked and one base that didn't. I didn't actually see exactly what Game 2 one base was. So, for all I know, that was a superior one base build to the Game 3 that Kira brought out. And Kira only brought it out because at least it was different, you know? Sure, I suppose that's technically possible. I'm doubting that's what's actually happened, though. I mean, Kira probably did change something about the one base build, like the medevac as opposed to something else, like a liberator. I don't know, but overall, I think the idea is that maybe bringing out a one base will work. Most likely, assuming that it is at all ever scouted, like the adept scouts. Hey, there's no command center. It'll probably be okay to defend, and that is a lot, if not exactly, like live 12 worker PvP. By the way, bets are up, so if you want to get in on it, get in on it. I would personally put my points on Clem. I do think Clem is going to win all the way to the finals, and then possibly even the grand finals, but crazier things have happened. He's lost Monday Night Weeklies. Yeah, it's very similar to the live version. Every so often, particularly when there's a long string of Protosses that you have to face, a Terran player like Beyond, or apparently like here, will go ahead and try and throw in a one base, and occasionally it will win just because the Protoss kind of, you know, is gotten maybe a bit complacent. You know, they aren't scouting very intently. They're more so focused on perfecting their own build and their own, like, 3-gate or whatever they're doing, right? And then they kind of flub the initial defense of it. Or they just, in general, are like, oh my god, a one base, I forget how to deal with this entirely, and they just flub everything about it. And then they'll be like, woof, that was crazy. I don't want that to happen again. And then it'll almost never work again. I mean, that's what happens on live. And it seems like it's going to be what's happening on the PTR, but still has a lot of testing to be done, I suppose. Beyond obviously not going for a one base, has gone for a command center. Still a very safe one. A lot of Marines, no Reaper, so he actually doesn't have any scouting. But he certainly has the Marines to push back some little bit of early aggression, and this Adept, yes, wanted to actually, I'm not sure that was, well, it was stuck. There is that. It was stuck. It tried to escape, it couldn't. What's going to happen? But I'm just surprised that it had shaded up to the front in the first place. I guess it really thought it could be able to see. Yeah, if there was a factor or starport, well, obviously it couldn't. Because he knew about the natural command center at the very least. Like, he knew it wasn't a one-base build. But anyway, Adept goes down. One Marine has fallen so far, and now we got our Widow Mine drop on the way. 3 Widow Mines. I mean, this is pretty typical stuff. Hopefully, it gets at least a little bit of lost mining time. Obviously, it can't delay the 3rd Nexus, which is already down. And, I mean, it might. Blink isn't done. 1 probe dies. This is the bare minimum. It's often all... What? Sometimes it's the maximum as well. The 3 probes, which is actually 2. The last one of mine didn't end up dropping out. Saved for later. Don't mind that at all, actually. And then just a little bit of this long spawning time. To expect any more is to underestimate your opponent to a certain degree. To expect anything less is just, well, it's just sad, I suppose. Whoa! Ooh, Clem almost hooked that up. Clem almost lost this game right there. That would have been amusing. Variety. That actually would have been very different. Medevac should be able to stay alive. I was going to say, there should be enough room. Very important that Clem keeps in mind scouting on the front lines, which is probably, at least in part, what distracted him. At least a little bit from to flub that micro for a hot second. As he knew that he needed to scout, is there going to be a follow-up? Beyond certainly not unfamiliar with the opening that does exist should they not do this. He has often moved out with his army. What is happening now? Oh, no, that's harassment. He's often moved out with his army exactly like that. And I think, you know, for two reasons. One, he might catch someone who is looking for a move out and then be like, aha, surprise, it's, you know, a couple stalkers die for that. Or you see actually nothing scouting it and then to arrive on the front door without being scouted. Like, both options are fantastic. The only option that is bad are stalkers being appropriately controlled when they find the move out and maybe to killing, you know, too many Marines or even grabbing a tank long before the army actually matches up against a base or probes, which is not quite what's happening here. A lot of stalkers are going down. Immortal is in some trouble. Those Marines are almost already dead. Oh, the Immortal! Huh. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Clem, not a believer in comebacks today, by the way. He lost a Hellion. Well, he lost his opener, which was a couple of Reapers and a couple of Hellions, versus young Yakov, I think it was, today. And he tapped out then, too, in a TVZ, which I would say has so much comeback potential, especially with the likes of Clem. And that was fairly surprising. I would say on the side of the Protoss right there, was that like an Idra GG? Well, it's still, you know, I still don't feel like Clem does that when in his absolute best mental state, like he's just happy to be playing StarCraft at all, you know what I mean? Or like in a gigantic tournament, I don't think he taps out then, but I do think as far as this matchup goes, it is a little less forgiving. Losing the Immortal just also a really slap your head kind of mistake. Because I don't think it was, I mean, it did kind of look like he was moving it forward. I don't know why, though. So I'm going to guess it wasn't that he intentionally moved it forward as much as it just kind of locked onto Marine and said, oh, I'm going to go kill that guy, because it's dumb. Alright, so that means that Bjorn starts off this series up 1. Top left it is Clem, bottom right it is Bjorn. Hopefully you guys didn't put your grubs where I said you should, so. Well, that's the thing, actually, Mike, is that I actually do believe that I don't think he goes into every single PTR game like, oh, my life sucks and this is the worst thing ever, why am I even doing it? I don't think he's that crazy about it, but I also don't think he's that crazy about it. Like, I don't think he loves the PTR. And I'd be really interested to hear more of his thoughts other than just kind of memes we saw of him versus Skillus. Because I know basically from what I can see is that almost all pro gamers are at best ambivalent about the PTR, I suppose. You know, that their particular play styles haven't been directly affected, and they don't really see a true positive nor a true negative. Yeah, they're either that or, and it seems to be a larger portion of our top tier pro gamers, think of it negatively. Now, the Jedi impact, whether or not it goes through, well, shouldn't be the only thing that impacts it, but I do think it is something that is kind of a weird, not discussed part of this patch, just because, yeah, again, I feel like a lot of pro gamers are willing to suck this up. There isn't something that immediately shouts. Like, the Protoss players are understandably worried about the warp gate changes, as we see in SCP almost die. Zerg players might be getting more frustrated as they figure out, you know, kind of how their aggression once again got nerfed. Terra players, I feel like, are the ones that are kind of like, well, the Ghost is pretty good, and otherwise the economy doesn't really affect us that much, and they're, like, happy. But anyway, maybe it's just not as direct as Storm being super overbuffed, and it just like immediately feels really bad, you know? Because for most intents and purposes here, the patch, like, it only does decrease this stress in the first couple of minutes for a lot of people's games. There's not too much else different, which in my opinion means that we shouldn't even bother doing it, but in some other people's opinions means why worry about it, you know? But it does seem like a lot of the pro gamers, they aren't thrilled by it. In Clem's case, I think he's seen no changes in the more frustrating aspects of some of the matchups, like TVP, for instance, hasn't really changed. So he still plays like really frustrating games where it doesn't feel like he has an opening, where it feels like he didn't do anything wrong, but yet the Protoss has like out-expanded him and still wins. And he's not the first guy to ever cry balance, but you know, the design principles and whatever, like he'll be like, it's kind of frustrating. Yeah, and then as a Protoss player, she is currently, then he just like, I have to get used to the stupid warp gate gateway change, and I don't think that has added a lot of variety either. Like, I don't want to speak for him, but it just seems like a lot of the pro gamers are just willing to, well, make fun of the patch. That just seems to be the case here. Anyway, another expansion here for Beyond. Slightly different opener, though, isn't it? So we're going to get a Cyclone as opposed to a bunch of Widow Mines, which were surprisingly effective. Do keep in mind that we're on the PTR. There's only one server, but we are talking about Europe versus Korea on US Central, right? Yep. On US Central, so they're both disadvantaged here. But, there's some, I suppose, there's some conversation about the aggressor having less of a... In certain situations, the aggressor is going to have less frustrations with ping than the defender, who needs to maybe have more of that, you know, 1 second kind of micro. Anyway, it also kind of depends on the day, I feel like. Some days the ping isn't bad, some days it is. Some days your mental about the ping is bad, and some days it isn't. Dr. Sativa, thank you for the gifted sub. We do have our first push here from Beyond. And the Adept will be taken out, so already not a great start. Second Adept is weak from the earlier scouting. And Clem, well, he's just kind of getting bopped right now. No shield battery. 3 Stalkers are about to pop out. And, well, that would be lovely if it teamed up with this 1 Stalker to make 4 to one-shot the Marines, but that's not going to be the case here. Blink is done, but you really needed that 1 shot so that this medevac couldn't heal everything back up. Because it is the last game, I think we're seeing Clem actually give it some fight. But this is already really bad. So much interruption to his economy, although the probes have yet to die. They maybe could have been pulled. Well, oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. They could be pulled off on like these Marines, right? Like this would be a great use. Yeah, go ahead. But then, you know, maybe you don't want to pull them here. It's kind of your last shot, though. Medevac is finally going to die. Still had some juice. 9 probes give up their lives in total. Just barely hitting that marker of where the kill count still increases rather than resets. But yeah, not a great start at all. Shield battery is supposed to be there. Second Adept is supposed to be alive. Time bought for 3 more Stalkers to pop, and then you just don't lose nearly as much. But he lost army, he lost economy, and he's actually just going to tap out. I would say because he had a 3rd Nexus, there is actually reason not to tap out. But Beyond just won no problem, so that was not at all what I was expecting. And since that is the case, we're gonna have to go ahead and delete the prediction. Usually 15 minutes for predictions in a TVP is pretty okay. That's about 1.25 maybe games of StarCraft a lot of the time. Of TVP, specifically. But not this case. Yeah, Clem just getting... It's so funny, like he defends the 1 base committal from Cure almost easily. But then it's not a committal what Beyond is doing. Like there are downsides potentially to what Beyond is doing, but it's not like a super big committal. And he just totally dies against it. Interesting. Thanks, Reaps. Funny. You know, this is the type of situation where you're just like, well, I'm not really sure what to take from this. Let's move on. And moving on means that we are going to be waiting for the lower bracket matches. So I need to get my own link back up, apparently. There it is. So Beyond wins, heads to the grand finals. He will be facing the winner of Clem versus the winner of Hero versus Cure. Okay. So very possible that Clem rematches, unless he has tilted off the face of the earth and forfeits. I'd say that would be a very, very, very unique tilt for Clem, but to be honest, Clem has a little more... He's got a little more spice in the last year and a half, I think. Still a great kid. I mean, I call him kid because I'm so much older than him, but he's like 23 now. Still overall one of the nicest players in the scene, and that's a pretty high bar because basically all of our players are nice at this point. There's really not a villain in the scene at all. But it does feel like he's got a couple more... He's got a couple more non-GGs, a couple more, you know, obvious tilts, a couple more like, you know what, I actually don't give a fuck responses to games than, you know, 5 years ago. I am left-handed. Congratulations. Thank you for the 3 months. 500 years ago, you would have been burned at the stake. Thanks for the years of Karen. I've seen many years of casting. It's my beat. Oh, happy birthday, Dr. Sativa. Thanks for sharing your successful trip around the sun with the community. Is related to the fail on Friday. Oh. Not a bad point at all. Not a bad point at all. Must be fairly frustrating, because especially those games were not very... They weren't very inspiring. I mean, I think either way, he just would have been very sad not going to Paris, you know, his home country's tournament, to be cheered on by a stadium, well, a theater of countrymen. And just to miss out on one of the few offline tournaments that exist as well, I'm sure is also going to get... It's going to get even more for some people. Some people are going to obviously care less and move on to other things, as StarCraft 2 has obviously declined. And then I think some people who are still, you know, they still want to go to these offline events. They still want to participate offline and have fans cheering for them and meet fans and hang out with their friends. They're going to be even... There's going to be, in a way, even more pressure on them. So yeah, but I think it especially sucks that those games are just so uninspired. I mean, they really just felt like, you know, Protoss did the thing. Thankfully, I didn't miss the lobby. I thought I did. They just remade it. Your YouTube video breakdown on the economy changes and history of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, someone posted it again on Reddit, which has caused a few more people. God, there's even another one. Another Reddit thread. There's already one more Reddit thread. Conquering Reddit, yeah. One Reddit thread was like, what solutions could we offer up? And then this new Reddit thread is like, it seems to suggest that going back to Brood War is the best thing to do. Which, do I have the strength? Do I have the strength to respond to all of this? I just kind of hope that other people respond for me, but it's not always... It's not always what happens. Is there anyone that you're looking for? Is there anyone that you're looking for? Anyone you're looking? Alright, that's okay. Anyone you're looking forward to seeing in particular? What do you mean? In online games? So either most CVT competition yesterday, so was my new villain. Sorry, is this is a best of 3. So no, this is a best of 1. Okay, so I caught the, gotcha. All right, I caught the lower bracket semifinals. Just, yeah. We're back in it. could do a very quick gamble for those who want to do it. You know, the FPS is low. Alright, obviously it's not Beyond anymore either, so let's remove that. Here we go, here we go. Bottom right it is Hero, top left it is Cure. Cure once again having to face a Protoss. This time just the main Protoss. Not Clem's technically off race, but obviously he's done it so often, it's kind of his main race in this particular matchup. Anywho, Cure was going for a couple of one-base builds against Clem. It worked once, thought it would work again. It did not. Overall lost the series, that's why you find him in the lower bracket. Not sure who Hero lost to. Hero lost to Bjorn, actually, so Bjorn's been on a bit of a roll when it comes to TVP on the PTR. But anyway, I don't know if that means Cure's going to once again try a one-base build. It got really thwacked. It was not impressive on that third game. And like I said, I think it's probably just going to reflect mostly the live version of the game, which is that every now and again, a one-base thrown out will be a good idea against Protoss. Change things up, catch them off guard, find that one build that they've always had trouble against, whatever. But generally, you're not going to do it all the time. You're just going to be way too aware of it. And when you're talking about this level of play, they generally don't have a build that they can't figure out. It's just more so have they figured out that it's the exact build that they think it is, and they have the exact way of responding to it. For Joe Schmo, there could be like one build that they just literally never win against. Deliver us from fewer workers. You are our savior. Let me try. And yet, I'm so afraid that in the end, it won't even matter. This was a 1-Rax expand, something that Hero is, I mean, basically certain of, even though he didn't actually see the command center go down. There is technically a build or a couple of builds that will start off looking like a 1-Rax expand, like no second gas, basically. I think, yeah, I'm sorry I gotta recall. I haven't seen it in a while. But anyways, and then you would get a factory, but you wouldn't get a Reaper. I think you would start off maybe with a reactor first, or Marine into reactor, but anyway, it's not that. So technically, Hero does want to go ahead and reconfirm that it is a command center. There you go, he's got it, easy peasy. Probe should even live. Probe's gonna help. Hey, it did help. Helps to kill one Marine. Probably shouldn't go for the second one. And shouldn't shade into the main either. And we're gonna get a Robo coming out of Hero first. That's interesting. I wonder why he's doing that. Maybe because of the games that he knows that Cure's been playing recently, but this, again, is not going to be a one-base committal. Yeah, Robo first is just, you know, the rarest opener for PvT. Even on the PTR, I believe, but I'm not certain about that at all. Doesn't know exactly what's following this up. Although you did technically see a tech lab. That is actually some nice scouting. Again, like, there's a couple of things that it technically could be based off this very limited information. Technically, that could be a barracks. Unlikely, but it is possible. If it was a barracks, it probably would have already had a tech lab. It would have been faster because it didn't need to wait for the gas, you know? And, probably a factory. Probably a tech lab on a factory. Still doesn't mean there isn't a starport. And that's what Hero is really missing out on, is the information that this is a second barracks at 2-1. And then, you know, whether or not it's a 3-1 is something that he would really like to figure out. Or if it is a 1-1-1, which he doesn't know. I was gonna say, as far as the Robo openings go, Warp Prism coming out first can be a play. The Immortal obviously coming out is very, very safe. And then with the Warp Prism, technically you can use it to pretty great effect. A Cyclone can help, but only if it's appropriately microed, you know, at all times. It's very easy to slip, not pay attention, and have the Immortal actually win that battle and get carried off by the Warp Prism without taking any hull damage. So this is going to give him that scouting, and it's also going to give him a little bit of that harassment. Does the Sentry want to go? Does it not? It wants to. Okay, there we go. It's going to hallucinate and give that forewarning to the Warp Prism. So, you know, the Warp Prism, if the hallucination saw there was no Cyclone, there was a tank, Hero's like beelining toward that immediately, right? He's going, I'm going to kill this thing. It's in poor position. But seeing as it is going to be a Cyclone, gotta be a little more careful. And there you have it. Scouts even more. Sees that it is a 3-1 setup all combined together. That's pretty important. As I said, the Immortal could go after the Cyclone, but you gotta be really careful on both sides. Particularly when there's this many Marines. So he's trying to go for the Tech Lab. That's what Hero was trying to go for, but a quick pull of the workers from Cure saves him. Cure actually built a missile turret, because as far as his scouting, I talk a lot about Hero scouting, because he's gotten, you know, partial information. Now he has all the information. But Cure has gotten 0. So he was playing about as catch-all as you can as a Terran player, which is a good amount of ground units. The possibility of building tanks was there, past tense, I suppose. And then, obviously, if there was a DT possibility, which you think is pretty freaking rare, but, you know, it is Hero. Again, trying to go after the Tech Lab, this time with 2 Immortals, will not work out. Very quick thinking on the part of Cure. I mean, once you see an Immortal try and go after the Tech Lab the first time, you know, you should be very, very on guard about the other times. But now we got an Immortal who's almost dead, and the other one has taken a lot of hull damage, so this has not really worked out for Hero's liking. Behind this, he has not bothered to warp in warp gates, so that warp prism actually cannot do its thing. I mean, maybe we'll get a couple warp gates, and in fact, this one is it. But yeah, 50-50 for every single warp gate makes this a bit more of a choice. You see Hero's resources, doesn't really have it just to willy-nilly go for it. Speaking of going for it, kind of had Cure to stim on top of the army, hope that it worked out. Didn't so much. Force fields, man. Immortal Sentry. It's the last time you saw this. Especially against a Terran player. But it's working. Force fields are a bummer. Medevacs pop out, but they're not really healing, I think, the most important side of the battle. Yeah, they need to get on the right side. The Immortal is still alive enough. And this is the exact composition that they would want to be facing. Almost nothing but Marauders. Cure does have all of his upgrades, +1. The Hero has won PVTs without upgrades before. This time around, he is getting +1. Ooh, loses an Immortal. Too late to the pickup. Could just be the ping issue I was talking about earlier. Hero, again, he's okay. He's going full Brood War, basically. In fact, he even canceled that one warp gate. He didn't mean to get it. Or he thought about it and then decided not to. Either way, he's gone full Brood War. And you know what? For those of you who don't know, because this was 10 years ago, Hero was a Brood War player. He was one of the guys who came over to StarCraft 2 because Kespa forced him to, not because he voluntarily did so. But he's also one of the few, I guess, players who actually really enjoyed it and obviously stuck with it and has been very good at it. And apparently going full Brood War is working. Cure on the ropes, forced to pull away from his natural, abandon some production, losing already so many SCVs, and probably just a little bewildered about how things went so poorly against such an unorthodox composition. Not totally unseen before. We have seen this, but it's just not very common. Natural Command Center will be saved. 3rd CC is almost done, and Cure did actually send a double drop, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. Fortunately, recall does still exist. So still gonna punch back a little bit, and that 3rd Command Center being done is awfully important. Hero might have had 3 bases his entire time, but that was only effective for so long, even with the new resource count. More so to the point, even though our main still has a decent number of minerals, which in the live patch it actually wouldn't. That is definitely true. Protoss still needs to have one more base, generally speaking. They are the Zerg in this matchup. So this total lack of economy, because it's not that many minerals, especially very soon. Cure will have the exact same number of mineral nodes, I suppose. And it's obviously not a lot of gas. So we're not getting, really high technology. I mean, Hero is working off of actually very basic units, but carving up the Terran as he did with those force fields just worked out really well. Now that Cure has gotten a little more of a handle on things, back to mining from his natural, finally produced these 2 extra barracks, produced a lot of Widow Mines as well, so he actually has something a bit stronger against the mass amount of Zealots that is popping out from, again, Pure Gateway. I do think that there is a very strong chance Cure can take a good fight. I'm not gonna say he's gonna win from this, because now we have Hero getting to that 4th base, and possibly, maybe even see a double expand. I don't think it would have been a terrible idea. though his probe count doesn't need to get up maybe first. Warp Gate will finally be researched. A lot of gas just went into that, but enough that Hero's okay with. I mean, that is, like, again, he has so little gas. This is, like, literally why you built Warp Gate. You got gas. Build Warp Gates. Oh, those force fields are nasty. That is not where the Terran army wanted to be. This is not the fight that Kira was hoping to have. And this game is over. Yeah, GG's. If his army wasn't totally disconnected from everything else because of force fields, imagine his bio 1-1 behind the Liberators, behind 4 Widow Mines. I still think he would have had a shot, but yeah, those force fields carved him up every single time. It's truly back to Wings of Liberty, guys. Does anyone really like to really get far in the Monday Night Weekly? Oh, no, not really. It's just not... I mean, seeing someone different in the finals is, I guess, overall kind of the hope. Doesn't happen very often, but it's not like I'm really rooting for anyone. It's the most Wings of Liberty PVT, right? Technically, Hero did move to StarCraft 2 in Wings of Liberty. He did have concussive when I said he had all upgrades. Wrong Seva. And now it's a best of 3 for our lower bracket finals. I'll put it on for 10 minutes. The prediction's for 10 minutes. Hopefully the games won't end that fast. In the bottom left playing Terran, he is Clem. In the top right playing Protoss, he is Hero. He sends out a very fast probe scout, but that is usually just a scout. For a starport in this economy? I'm curious to see if Hero does a similar strategy. I would love to see it again. And I would love to see it responded to differently. I'm trying to think at one point, you know, Hero actually decided to go for that strategy, and it was long before he had a true handle on what Cure was doing. It's possible that he thought Cure might do that build, but Cure's really been throwing out a lot of different TVPs, so I don't feel like that was a good guess. That was a good counter to what he figured Cure was going to do. And in a couple ways, it didn't really even seem like it was working against what it was up against, right? Like, he tried to go for the tech labs, and Cure responded very well both times. And it still worked out so well. I don't know. This wouldn't be the first time that, especially with Hero, I've been like, I want to see that again. Do it again. I want to analyze it. And Hero's like, no, I'm never doing this again. I'm like, all right, fine. For Clem, I'm expecting a little bit more of a standard 1-1-1 anyway. Would you give him an option of, I mean, potentially a Viking, if he did see that it was a Robo first and a Warp Prism, which he would be more likely to see because he's going for a Reaper in last game. Cure just went for Marines. Besides that, you know, the fact that there would be a medevac with Widow Mines potentially running around, or just Widow Mines in general potentially being around, I feel like it would make the Warp Prism aggression a little more difficult. This song, by the way, I feel like I've never heard this song. Like, I recognize a lot of the other songs that now play when you're watching a StarCraft game. From the menu or the briefings or something, but I feel like I haven't heard this one. I imagine it's Protoss. Protoss typically has the choir going on. Alright, moment's passed. Yeah, he doesn't like playing TVT. He much prefers PVT. That's what a lot of Terrans feel like. Most Terrans don't enjoy TVT. Song almost made for their first 3 minutes work. Oh, the Reaper will not get that final probe. To be honest, the fact that the Reaper already got 2 probes is pretty good. That is, however, kind of countered by these Adepts doing what they're doing, as we see here, denying the mining of a couple of SCVs. Kind of equivalent. And likely that they will get at least this SCV. You'd think so. He's just asking for it. He's being there on literally 1 health, refusing to go into that bunker. I don't want to victim blame, but come on. Here we go. Hit. No. Right. This worker is somehow going to survive. As I get the hiccups, by the way. We're good. Okay. Hopefully we're good. Really warm in here. The worker survives. The natural can now mine, but even though that worker, I suppose, really thought was going to die, did not die. It was a decent amount of lost mining times. Like I said, kind of equivalent to what the Reaper did, surprisingly. Warp Prism, once more, Hero has gone for a Robo Opener. Warp Prism, first and foremost, going to ferry around these Adepts and constantly threaten the mineral lines. However, there is the 1-1-1 that I was talking about, and as such, the possibility of grabbing a Viking to ward away the Warp Prism. That Cyclone, you know, needed to be in the right place, needed to worry about the terrain. Need to worry about being killed by the Immortals in turn. The Viking will push at least one option away from the Warp Prism, either the main or the natural, depending on where it's placed. And the Marines, even ferried by a medevac, add in a little bit more of that mobility that Cure really did not have. And the Warp Prism is nearly dead, in fact. as the Adepts are forced to be left behind so that the Warp Prism can live. The Immortal will get on top of the bunker, but it's only one Immortal, and that pool will be just in time to save it, even if it hadn't. I mean, definitely better to save it in case there's more than you expect coming from behind this, but even if that bunker fell, I think the Marines would have done the job. The Adepts are already dead, the Warp Prism had limited micro usage, as weak as it is, and an Immortal just isn't really, it doesn't want to face a dozen Marines. That's not what it's there for. Behind that Robo, by the way, was not the gateway pressure that we saw against Cure, but rather instead is going into Stargate. Again, I didn't catch exactly when into Stargate, but it might have been when he knew it was a 1-1-1. And then now he has a response to medevac drops. Because if you don't have Blink, and you wouldn't have Blink for a long time if you did decide out on a Twilight Council, you're going to be dealing with a lot of Terran pressure in the sky. Looks like he's going to go for the Warp Prism. What's the Warp Prism? He got it! He got it! A little tit for tat. Not quite equivalent, because Medifex cost Cass, and all the Marines died as well. But he took out that Warp Prism option, which I actually think is a huge relief. Yes, they could afford it again, but it's 275 minerals, quite expensive. Right? It's been a while since I've had to quote the Warp Prism. Or 250. Is it 250? They increased it, right? Years ago. Anyway, the point is, it's expensive. I'd be thinking of the Immortal, actually, when I said 275. But anyway, 3 Immortals, 2 Adepts, not any reinforcements. The reinforcements wouldn't be gateways anyway, they'd be Stargates. Which, okay, this is kind of what we've seen a little bit as a trend for this matchup. And that is a couple of Protosses deciding, well, if Warp Gate and gateways are going to be complicated, fuck that. Like, we're gonna use a defensive setup. More often, it's a Phoenix into Colossus play, right? A little more standard than what we're seeing with the Robo first, but kind of getting to the same place in this game anyway. And then we're just gonna go mass air. And I think this is one of the frustrations that Clem has been dealing with, specifically on the PTR. Not to say that you can't do it in live, because you absolutely can do it in live. But, one, how do I want to order this? In live, it just is, it's not seen as often in like live tournaments. And it could just be that people want to experiment when it comes to the PTR, and that experiment happens to be a very frustrating experiment. You see the Phoenix just continue. Okay, yeah, they're being super annoying. Workers killed every which way. Vikings are being produced. Clem has had to deal with this before, as I've been saying, and has some experience against it, but it seems like he is struggling a bit more to deal with it on PTR than we would see in live games. This one is a bit of an outlier because it's not Colossus. It is Immortals and, well, Adepts. A lot of Phoenix, yes, but Marines are going to tear through that. Tanks are all lifted as the Marine count starts to dwindle, but the Immortals, yeah, they will be able to take care of everything. All right, never mind. I thought maybe the Marines would still be able to power through those Phoenixes, but they don't take out every single one. They took out 5. But for the tremendous loss of the entire Terran army, that's, the Adepts that died, not important. Only 1 Zealot died. I mean, that was actually, Jesus Christ. That was, yeah, such an efficient trade there for Hero. What the? Oh, boy. So then the other thing that I was going to get into, this is why I was struggling to get my words out. I was like, how do I want to put this? The second thing is like, okay, if we're seeing it more in PTR, is it just because people are experimenting with different ways of playing Protoss? That's certainly a part of it. The second thing that we would have to discuss is it actually stronger on the PTR? And I think that's a whole can of worms that could be a discussion in and of itself, and without having to also worry about casting the game, But there's definitely some reason to believe that it is. But before we get into that, this is actually a very good little drive-by. You just literally send your units across the map. No medevacs included because, well, your starports... okay, it wasn't me. Because your starports are busy making Vikings. The Zerg players were in the bracket up until the lower bracket quarter. And that's usually where they fall off. We are just getting the weirdest fucking tap outs in this PTR. What the shit? Hero legitimately GG's. He's not quitting the game because we have to restart it. He just is actually like, you know what, I'm pretty sure I was dead anyway, so why wait for this guy to lag out? And to be fair, he might have been dead. Like, losing 16 workers to that drive-by was pretty bad. He did have 2 carriers out, but the Viking count was about to increase. He was literally only going to be on carriers, and the Viking count was actually going to be good enough to take them on. Again, I feel like maybe if you're in finals of an offline $50,000 tournament, or... Homie didn't lag out. maybe Hero continues giving a little bit more of a college try, but... Okay. We're playing ad here, because if I don't, then we're going to play it in the middle of a game, so might as well be during the start. The start was made for the 2-minute ad break. Obviously. This has actually been a huge conspiracy that you guys don't know about. I'm going to do a tell-all where the casters are actually the ones behind this change because we wanted to make sure that an ad fit in the 2 minutes the game has absolutely nothing happening so that we can make more money. But we pretend not to like it so that you guys would never catch on. It's a mastermind. It's a mastermind that only the likes of Wardy would be able to conjure up. It's game 2 on Winter Madness. Top left Clem, bottom right Hero. Yeah, Hero, sure, taps out. Yeah. Didn't get a lot of time to talk about the implications of the, I was gonna say resources, making that type of turtle game stronger. But let's consider that Clem didn't just show us how weak that type of game is, because it's one game out of dozens, I think, that Clem has played, where a lot of the other games, either they certainly didn't end that fast, it was not that easy to kill the Stargate Protoss, or they at least went a decent amount, or like, yeah, Clem did in fact lose against it, right? But that game didn't start off that fantastic for Hero, who went for that Warp Prism strategy and then basically almost lost it. A lot of that pressure that he was supposed to have didn't work out. He then actually literally lost the Warp Prism at some point, which did not... By its loss, you suddenly did not have that potential pressure going at Clem. Like, this is it. That whenever a Warp Prism dies, Aaron does breathe a sigh of relief. Especially when it's early on in a game where you know that investment of Warp Prism, I think it's 250. I think 275 was the Immortal. It would be such a huge investment. Not only that, with the Robo being such a critical structure in that type of early game where you literally have a Robo and a Stargate, right? You don't have a dozen gateways that you're more so leaning on. You're talking about the time taken to reproduce the Warp Prism as well. So yeah, I think Hero's start wasn't as good as it was supposed to be. Even though it seemed like that defense around the third was far better than it was supposed to be. But you just don't see a lot of that dynamic happen, that 3 Immortal, 10 Phoenix defense. Ah, yes, the classic one. Why wouldn't I know how that goes? Yeah. It still was a bit of a tough game. Because obviously losing, although 5 Phoenix compared to what was almost the entire army seemed like an inefficient trade. No, overall it was literally inefficient. For the Terran, you suddenly are lacking Phoenix, which kind of need to be in a bundle to help you out against further run-bys. Vikings that were on the way. Medevac drops that could occur. So on and so forth. But there is definitely something to playing a bit more of a turtley game in this patch. I'll talk about that as an overall concept, I suppose, as we watch Hero go for something a little bit more classic here. Twilight Council coming out first. Blink is on the way. This is such a nice opener, because even though we saw the Warp Prism have some potential in both Warp Prism games, You get the idea that it goes for a little bit of harassment with the Immortals. It has a little bit of that punch so it can kill buildings, add-ons, tanks, cyclones. It doesn't have, I think, the flexibility that Blink does. I mean, Blink is just one of the most flexible things that basically Protoss has discovered and has perfected over the years since, like, Wings of Liberty. The idea that it can be both offensive if you go for enough gateways, and we are going up to 4 gateways this game. It can be defensive if you go for 3 gateways and have enough warpins. It can be economical and still helpful if you go for 2 gateways and you expand. It can do a decent bit of scouting. It can go for harassment, or it can go for an all-in. Like, it's kind of the ultimate catch-all. It's just too good to pass up. And what really used to be a sticking point for Protoss is, like, could I survive with only Blink Stalkers? And that was figured out a long time ago. Speaking of which, Clem is moving out, and we'll see if Hero can survive with Blink Stalkers. I think that he certainly can. He's got 4 gateways. 4 gateways should demolish Clem's little 2-base push here as Pomi, I guess, flags out again.
Game paused.
Yeah, as much as I believe in the, it could be anyone. I don't know, you know, it's, oh boy. Alright, so Hero is, I think Hero is asking to recover from replay. No, Hero, okay. Before pulling me this game, I don't know. Maybe he was referring to the last game. There's only so much that Hero could have done right there. His Blink was not done, but anyway, looks like we're okay now. But yeah, 4 gateways should do the trick. Although 1 gateway is once again getting into Warp Gate, which a couple games ago it seemed like it was a mistake. Big Blink up into the medevac. Not going to be able to kill the medevac.
Game paused.
But will kill the Marines. There's no lag that I felt. I don't know why Clem paused. Pullman legs out so much, I wonder where they let him in. It's been really bad the last couple of weeks as far as I've seen. You know, either casting myself or watching like Roddy's casts. It seems like, you know, because there's going to be problems every now and again for anyone. Sometimes the internet just be that way. Sometimes your power goes out or something, and you're like, oh, that sucks. An entire day wasted. But no one's gonna hold it against you. But if it's happening multiple series, multiple days, you know, limited time span, unfortunately, yeah, that is kind of when you need to start discussing, like, you know, or certainly the players will start discussing, do we want to let this guy in? As I said before, though, the players of the current generation are all extremely nice and very much willing to overlook this, but gotta tell you, these I'm a little confused. Like I am gonna assume that Clem felt lag, and yeah, he's gotta invite all of us. Yeah, unfortunately, recover from replay is a little broken. But yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's gonna assume that he actually did feel lag right there because he's a very honest guy. But I think what this might go to then, unfortunately, it's kind of weird. Clem seems to be accepting of this, where it's gonna just go before Pomi lags at all. Again, I didn't see a particular thing that could have changed with someone having micro issue, because there wasn't really a lot of micro be done at that exact point in time, but just because I don't see, you know, a blink that was 2 seconds late or a medevac unload that was 1 second late or something like that, like something really obvious, doesn't mean that there wasn't any issue at that particular time. Hero is actually saying that he was fine with a lag when it happened. Blink wasn't done, his stalker didn't die, like nothing was out of position. So he's saying like you can choose Because again, both like all of our players now are very, very nice. No one's going to start a quibble. Quibble quabble. But it makes the games feel very odd. Look at everyone's eyebrows. I'd say for a man, Raynor has pretty well-carved eyebrows. Like, there's a little that show that he doesn't, you know, like, he doesn't pluck them or get them waxed, but... Alright, so... Seems like the lag that Clem was more concerned about was this particular moment. So the blink forward again is going to happen. Unfortunately, it's not going to result in a lot of the same. Okay, this time around the Marines are saved. So Clem might have tried to click the Marines more over here with the medevac being boosted kind of at the same time when he felt lag. So then that got disconnected. That's most likely what he was supposed to happen, is what we just saw there. But that does mean that hero holds, obviously, which I never really doubted that he would hold. Despite going for 4 gateways, he's actually going to just expand. And there was no robo, but we've definitely still seen 4 gateway blink stalker aggression. Well, actually, case in point. Ah! Ah!
Game paused.
Yeah, who we're gonna blame this time? Seems we're just gonna go with PTR lag. Pull me left. Can't blame him anymore. Oh my god! Yeah, that's PTR lag. Free Pommy. It's always worth a try. Pretty bad today, though, it feels like. Well, as we wait, let's discuss the economy of StarCraft 2, shall we? Let's get into that. So the point that I've been wanting to make since the Stargate game, as we keep on getting, these are all just ping checks. Very, very French ping checks with the authentic, but nonetheless. Is that, as I noted in my video, increasing the resource count is definitely like a separate issue, although it is somewhat combined with worker starts, because the lower worker starts would also impact how many minerals you have at the same point of which, you know, you would have had X amount in the old game, you now have Y amount. Anyway, it is mostly about the resource change directly. It's going to encourage more turtling. That's not really a good thing in any game, in any StarCraft 2 situation. What they think it's going to do is, basically what they're thinking is that by changing both of these factors, it'll mean that you have more options of staying on a lower base count, which means that if you have more options of staying on a lower base count, then you're going to have more options to do things on a lower base count. Like, this is kind of the dream, this is kind of the hope of any patch, I suppose, that affects the economy. That doesn't really happen in StarCraft 2 so much. It doesn't really promote being on lower bases because the overall economy doesn't really promote that, the way that the workers mine. So what increasing the resources does is it kind of brings us back more to the Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm problems that we had, which were definitely, I would say they were more often in those games with 6 workers and increased resources. You had legitimate turtle problems, even in professional games. Again, by End of Heart of the Swarm, a lot of the critiques of StarCraft 2 were that it was turtley, deathball-y, and boring and slow. Tons of critique about that. And so when we increase the mineral and gas again, we're kind of just letting ourselves back to that state, which doesn't mean that people stop trying to get to 3 bases as fast as possible. It just means that they're even more rewarded for sticking on those bases. It doesn't really encourage them to be more aggressive because they have something to fall back on. It just means that they're happier staying on those bases, which leads to less variety. So, yeah, I think that, but especially the fact that warp gates are kind of in this flux state. Are they good? Are they bad? Going to lead us to more Protoss games that can go into Sky Toss. It's obviously not one of those games. We have Hero opening up with Blink, 4 gateways, interestingly enough. However, still adding on that 3rd base very, very quickly. A little bit of stalker harassment, not a lot. And then going to a 4th base. Raven helped clear out 2 observers, which is actually pretty decent. Not going to go for some auto turret harassment as Clem moves out, leaves the 3rd base. Unfortunately, susceptible for a hot second. You know, his reinforcements were supposed to take care of any run-by that happened. Well, Protoss chose the absolutely perfect time to go for it. Clem still gets into the 3rd base long before Hero has a sizable army. Doesn't have extended thermal lance either. Tank's already sieged. Widowmine's already planted. This is a tough situation for Hero to break out of, but he's going to try. Unfortunately, the Zealots get melted. The 2 Colossus not looking like they're going to stand up to the overwhelming amount of bio. Zealots on the backside trying to help out against the tanks. Blink forward to grab medevacs as the tanks are still allowed to blast away on that Colossus. And this does not look like a hold to me, although maybe just barely. Technically, it is a hold. It was a rough one. It was rough. No probes were lost in the making of that battle, so the 4th base is also getting saturated, which is a point in Hero's favor. However, he lost so much army. Clem's little hiccup in his economy was dealt with fairly swiftly, so certainly not equivalent on that harassment front. Too bad about the War Prism not popping out sooner. Could have helped saved 1 or even both of those Colossus, and if there were 2 Colossus alive, reinforced by a 3rd one, I would have high hopes of Hero recovering from that. Having the Colossus count totally reset, very concerning. Very concerning. By the way, during that point, my cat that doesn't actually come downstairs very often decided to visit me. So that's an interesting development as well. 8 workers is giving us variety both in-game and in real life. Hello, Nixie. Yeah, you're downstairs. Very courageous. Pylons replaced every which way, as we can see. Clem is going to want to send a Marine or 2 out to deal with. Looks like he was actually chasing the Warp Prism away, which I don't think it was able to unload by the looks of it. So, just a very, very weak Warp Prism. It should die sometime soon. Well, I was concerned about the lack of Colossus. We already back up to 2. That's still very different from 3 Colossus going into Immortals, backup Warp Prism, Observers, you know, what have you. So it's still supposed to be a point in Clem's favor. He is still going to need a good concave to actually take on the Protoss army that has been built up here. Upgrade advantage going to Hero, by the way. And a couple of chokes for him to work with. Zealots going through chokes over, not ideal. Vikings starting to tear down these Colossus as well. Shield battery does finish up, can be overcharged or renewed. Sorry, that's an artifact of time. Recharge, there we go. To help out as well. And it looks like the terrain of this base is going to help Hero survive, despite being down about, I think that was at top point, like 30 army supply. Hero's now down 40, oh, back up to 30. Clem is going to have a difficult time actually taking down Hero, but Hero might have just been over-aggressive right there. One Colossus will fall, second one backs him up, but that's the only Colossus left, and still a hell of a lot of bio. As the +1 armor finished as well, so a bit of an anti-timing right there. Hero thought he had a little more control over the situation than he actually did. The Zealot run by was supposed to pair up with that too, and hopefully find some success one way or another. Instead, basically no success either way. The 4th base also is sent over. Hero, yes, again, is on 5. Like, he's managed to keep his economy intact. 86 probes. Let's get to 91. What the... But it's his army count. It's his army count that's really in the gutter. Warp gates have been produced. It's just a weird way to put it nowadays. And we have a lot of Zealot run-bys looking to just simply buy time. These can be produced rather quickly. Now that all the warp gates are around, they can also produce anywhere they are needed. So, ideally, the run-bys buy more time than kind of the resources, you know, and then the warpings that were used to make them take away from you. Oh, nice attempted save with a depot hat. Didn't quite work out. And I would say it has already worked. Not that Hero is in a good position. Theoretically, 13 SCVs go down. It's not bad. It's not that great either with 4 bases. But theoretically, a Protoss' actual good position in a game like this would be having this base already done and saturated, you know, with your workers that are mining out elsewhere. But then more so that you would have an army on the doorstep of the Terran, bullying them, threatening an attack on the planetary with the run by to the natural and the 3rd and a Warp Prism in the main. Once again, threatening the planetary, trading out with the bio army on their side of the map while you have the economy to back up your, backing up, I guess, as you go, oh shit, that might have been wrong. Don't worry, I have 20 more Zealots that are going to reinforce. Instead, we have the Protoss having to play very safe. Really dependent on these Zealot run-bys for a little while. And that's not the ideal position for a Protoss. It's also not the worst one. The worst one would be Hero dead and gone already, because at one point he was down 60 army supply. How that didn't kill him can be explained with some words and design choices that, you know, just, you know, don't want to start any balance complaints. But point is, Hero's not dead, and now Hero is in more of that position where he can start taking those offensive engagements. His army should not be as good as the Bio army, especially with the Ghosts and the Vikings and the upgrades, but it can trade out. 2-2 versus 2-1, by the way. Disruptor's hoping to make a big difference here. Do not. So you see also the new graphical effect here. Makes it more obvious they don't have a shot to give. Another Disruptor, though. It's a pretty good one. No longer one-shots with Marauders, though, right? Vikings looking a little useless in the skies. Hero, by the way, is on almost 100 workers? What the... What? That is too many workers. God damn. It's also too many Liberators and too many Marauders standing up very strong against the Zealot Stalker. That is now at 3-1, to be fair. We need some Immortals in here. Need some Colossus adding some splash. Now it's going to take care of those Liberators. Blinking forward, looking to snipe all of them. There were 4 in the skies. Now there are 0. Vikings also starting to be focused, but only after they killed the Colossus. They basically did their job. Now the Liberator sieges up. The die is almost instantly, and Hero has clearly started to win out this tug of war. Clem not able to reinforce fast enough, doesn't have the resources. He's going to try and make a hold on his 3rd, which I believe will happen. Hero does not have a Warp Prism to help out right now, but I was wrong, actually. Even with the Vikings landed and Defender's advantage, there isn't even a hold to be had. Just to be clear, was never going to win him the game. He was going to be down 70 supply, even if he had held right there. He was going to be down in bases, down in workers, because, Jesus, like 103 workers. 103. That's too many. That is Retz Zerg levels of Heart of the Swarm stupidity. Aye. And just to be clear, stupidity, not like the players are stupid, but just, you know, the concept is absurd. He employed all the fired workers. He was like, come to me. I will save you. This will bring us to a game 3, right? It's been a couple of pauses and lags and remakes. Clem did win game 1. So, there you go. So play the ad again, so we kind of load into game 3. I'm actually gonna BRB because, well, what if we're stuck and they rehost? Oh, okay. Well, still gonna see if they rehost. Maybe I can hold it. These guys go so fast in the lobbies now. I'm gonna risk it. Ow. Okay, well, no one lagged out, so we're good, right? We're good. Alright. BRB. Alright, fortunately I'm quick like a cat. I don't know what went wrong. What happened? Why did we restart? Anyone see it? No? Alright. Doesn't matter. Okay. Ping 300, so they restart? Okay. Whew. It's a bumpy tournament. Bumpy. Oh, that's what happened. 2-gate proxy sentry won. Oh, thanks, guys. I guess the build really is, or the worker change really is good. I'm your second favorite caster. I'll take it. I would have judged you harsher if you had said someone else's first. Anyway, I think Clem is restarting to try and fix the issues, but we are getting into game 3. At some point in time, while this is loading, any opinion on the Tim Morton interview by Kevin? I didn't actually watch it. It's weird. I opened it, saw that apparently I was already 10 minutes into the video, and said, oh, maybe this is an old video. And then closed it, and then I saw that it was a brand new video. So I don't know what happened there with YouTube. But I'm not really interested in it, to be honest. I think Tim Morton... I think Tim Morton has already said everything that is ever going to be said about Stormgate in other channels, like his LinkedIn posts, which I've actually read quite a few. And I think his opinions on anything else, like RTS or game design, has also been talked about. So I figured there was nothing new in the interview. That doesn't mean the interview is without purpose. Obviously, a lot of people haven't read as much into it And we're very happy to have a place where all those questions were asked. But yeah, unless he said something interesting and new, I don't think I missed much. Top left of 10,000 feet, it is Hero. Bottom right, it is Clem. And as far as the answers of Stormgate goes, yeah, I think it is a lot of deflecting. I think there's definitely the whole truth of what happened at Frost Giant will probably never be public. I say probably because there's a chance in like 10, 15 years, Jason Schreier, you know, has done enough interviews with anonymous sources or people who just don't give a fuck anymore. We might get, you know, true answers eventually. It's possible, but it's probably more likely that in 10 or 15 years, people won't even remember that it existed. So, yeah. You know, the interviews that I'm really interested in are the slightly drunken ones that happen at the BlizzCon Hilton Hotel lobby, that you are sworn to secrecy by someone who worked there and who wants to get it off their chests. So I'm looking forward to those. Well, Tim Horton actually gave an opinion on the worker change. I think it's a bit of a bad opinion, just mostly because he suggested that we have 2 different ladders, which I think is just an absolutely crazy take to have. Even for someone totally disconnected from the StarCraft 2 scene to be like, if they go through with this, we should have 2 different ladders. Like, any game basically would never want to do that. But anyway, from, you know... But his other point about it being a bad idea, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Obviously. One Racks expand here from Clem. Next is coming up for Hero. See if there's any other variety to talk about. He basically just went Legacy of the Void is Legacy of the Void. In the interview, you mean? Because I don't think that's what his post said, but I didn't look into it all that much. Because his post was kind of more like... Yeah, his post was more like, that goes against the design goals that we were thinking of for Legacy of the Void. So, yeah, it wouldn't be Legacy of the Void. But maybe he also said, like, if change is appreciated, then it could be a different ladder system, I guess. Maybe that's how he put it in the LinkedIn post. I don't agree. I mean, the amount of change that the worker change actually brings you is so fucking limited. I just don't understand what the appeal is about it. Like, that's really the case for me. The end-all be-all summary. It just isn't that big of a deal. So why even bother? Why even risk changing it when, yeah, the game has been balanced around 12 workers for 10 years? Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you can point to one fairly obvious problem with Warpgate that some people don't agree is an obvious problem, to be fair, but I would say most people generally agree with, which is that the problem of Warpgate is that it takes away the fan's advantage. You can't, in my opinion, you cannot point to an obvious problem with the worker start. Some people think they can, where they're like, obviously less workers means more strategic variety, and it just isn't the case. The only problem you can point out with the start and worker count is that I didn't get my first 2 minutes to do almost nothing. And I just don't think it's a huge problem. But 5 workers did go down right there to a Reaper and Hellion, which is very effective. The Hellion was a little extra, but hardly worth complaining about. The loss of that Hellion certainly did its job, helping to kill 5 probes. And only a slight delay on the eventual tank production. Hero sees a starport with a tech lab. The tech lab's not researching. Probably going to be a Raven. Don't often get cloakless Banshees. And because the Raven has seemed to really risen in stonks in the last few weeks or even months. Seems like it's a part of a lot of the TVP games again. I do think the Legacy of the Void has... The changes made to Legacy of the Void have actually done exactly what they wanted to do. And I feel like maybe enough credit has not been given to that, actually. Like, as much as people love to make fun of Stormgate, Frost Giant, and then kind of because they love to, they also make fun of the fact that they did only work on Legacy of the Void. Many of the people at Frost Giant were only around for the development of Legacy of the Void, not the development of actual StarCraft 2. So it's very easy to kind of correlate the two as one failure must be the other one also failed. I think that's entirely untrue. I think Legacy of the Void was actually a massive improvement to general StarCraft 2. And that's apparently a hot take when it comes to the Redditors anyway. Although I feel like the sentiment is changing. Raven's actually completely denied. I don't think it even got its casts off. It seemed to have a good amount of energy, so not just dying, but also doing nothing before it died. It's a pretty poor Raven. We have been seeing supply blocks, by the way. I just want to point this out. I've noted them in the previous games, didn't point them out, but clearly we have pro gamers still getting used to slightly different supply block numbers. Little push coming out from Clem is not off of just 3-1. The medevacs are on the way. 3rd CC on the way as well. Hero going for what looks to be a run by, but I mean, with Stalkers, kind of weird to say that. It is a odd situation to say the least. Hero coming in from kind of two different angles. Clem was not expecting that. Thought that this one pack of Stalkers was just the check squad. Are you arriving at my doorstep or not? Instead, gets a big old Protoss army and is natural. Force field does get taken away. Now the Stalker is forced to blink out. Recall? What? Okay, that was interesting. Okay, the recall did not work on those two Stalkers. And I guess they aren't. It isn't necessary on these ones because they can always blink away. And that was a funny recall. I think a tank died, unfortunately, to a couple of Zealot reinforcements and 5 SCVs as well. But that was odd. At the end of the day, Hero deals some damage, loses some units, but also buys a ton of time. Because Clem did have to pull entirely back. Clem, eager to get something on the other side of the map, picks up a medevac, but it is seen by Hero, so that's in danger. Probably not going to do very much. You know, if it just scouts the Dark Shrine, that would actually be pretty neat. Unfortunately, the Stalkers were able to jump on top of it and killed it. Thought there was a little more dead space. Not on this map, apparently. So it will not be scouting a Dark Shrine. DT is now being built. Now warped in. As Hero takes a 4th base. Continues adding on these probes, getting to +2 as Clem delayed significantly on his armor. He has the resources and has not started it, just thrown off by the way this game has played out, I suppose. Scarlet, I have a question for you. I didn't ask this last time you were in my chat. Sometimes you just bounce really quickly, but if you're still listening. Is it true, as one Redditor said, alright, that the community scared you away from developing StarCraft? This is like a week and a half old post, but I am willing to resurrect this thread, depending on your answer. Mr. Chaz, thank you for gifting a sub. Soul scared you away? Well, that makes sense. He does love the Cyclone. Alright, DTs are actually going to be found. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. I think Clem did notice. He's also trying to Widowmine drop in the 3rd base as well as the natural. And actually, this natural one not being taken care of. Heroes DTs also not finding too much success. You know, 5 ICVs and a missile turret. I don't think it's really worth the 3 DTs, but we're getting into kind of the territory of which you can happily give away a couple of units just for the attempt. Hero is going to continue being aggressive. He's got this upgrade advantage. His armor was so damn late. Still not even halfway done, but this might not be the attack that he was hoping for. Tanks are taken out. Widowmine's going to help a little bit there, also injuring the medevacs, but more so the Stalkers now left without their Guardians, going to be torn down. Clem sees the opportunity and takes it, then deals with the rest of the Zealots. I'm not even losing the medevac as I thought he would. Hero has, I guess, yeah, warped in a lot of warp gates. 9 of them now done. Widowmine's definitely needed back on the front lines, but Clem has held, losing 8 workers, however. isn't the worst thing in the world, as they'll be able to saturate 3 bases fairly quickly. It's more just that Hero is starting to run away with his own economy. The Widowmine drops are trying to stop that from happening, but Hero is back up to 82 workers, going on to his 5th base. And maybe this is another game where he goes up to 100. And here's the thing. 100 workers was still kind of, even for like Zerg players and Wings, Liberty, and Heart of the Swarm, was still kind of a meme number. You still kind of just talked about Rhett when you were casting those games as being the guy who does it, but, you know, the higher workers, you know, good, sure. They definitely weren't as necessary in any context, like ever, in Legacy of the Void, because of the reduced resources. So even as you took a 4th base, or let's say a 5th base, and you're like, well, I need another 22 workers to saturate that one, you would have workers to transfer. So you'd be like, oh, never mind, I don't need to produce them, I can just transfer them. And now that they've increased the resources again, there is some argument to be made about increasing, if you're a Zerg player, or let's say a Zerg-like player as Protoss plays out nowadays, there's definitely something to saying, okay, well, more workers is going to be something I'll need to actually saturate and get benefit from these additional bases, which should cut into your army supply, which should give Clem a major advantage. That's ideally how it would work, and actually kind of more like the Brood War way of doing things. And all hail Brood War, right? But yeah, it doesn't seem to be 100% the way that it goes. Hero continues to expand. He is continuing to add on probes, and he will have one hell of an economy. DT Blink used as force fields. Someone call Fear Dragon. Hero still with an upgrade lead. He went to +3, although no armor, so you think the Zealots would start disappearing a lot faster. Now that a couple of Ghosts are going to make an appearance, I do believe these Zealots will melt. Just need a couple more Ghosts and a couple less friendly fire splashes from the Widowmine. Looks like the anticipation of Colossus was there, so that's why we have 4 Vikings. Never made. Hero doesn't care. Hero is, you would expect, losing the resource war. He is, but maybe not as much as he should be. More Zealots are gone, Guardian Shield been torn down, and the Vikings go, okay, there really is nothing for us to attack, so let's land. Do we even have Robos? We don't even have Robos! Not even one! There's not even a case of making observers here. Stop! This is actually kind of a... I mean, Zest did do this a couple of times, and then he'd have, like, proxy gateways everywhere. But even eventually, he would have gotten a Robo. Oh, yeah, here it is! See, eventually. Yeah, Hero taking Clem's 4th, well, 5th maybe. Still, intruding on Clem's territory. It's very rude. Three Ghosts is typically the bare minimum amount. I mean, come on, a couple EMPs. Come on, these Zealots have got to start melting. There should absolutely be a point in time which the mass Zealot shenanigans will fail. I think we finally hit that with Ghosts and I guess just a critical mass of bio. DT Blink on top of the planetary is going to grab it. Almost saved it. Almost. Not quite. Zealot's now trying to get into the main base. Little cat to try and keep the Splat Depot alive. Will work temporarily. All the army now coming in to kill all of Hero's army. Just keep that in mind. Hero's on 96 workers and currently 30 army supply. This style of play has failed. It began to fail, I think, tremendously. Yeah, around the time that we got 3 Ghosts, I want to say. The 1 Ghost battle was when I checked, and it was like a 2,000 resource difference. Then we now, not just that we have 3 Ghosts, but we also hit more of a critical mass of bio, I think. Now we're up to 7,000 resources. Hero not going to give up on this style of play, however. Also not bothering to get double forge, which you think would have happened too at some point. I guess shield's arguably not important when they're going to EMP it away anyway. Big attack from Clem. He he very clearly has enough army that if he segments 30 army away, he will still be fine at home. That isn't always the case, by the way. Like, this is a pretty extreme example of Protoss economy versus Terran's tenacity. But Hero, he was just bound to continue losing. This is an army that doesn't win against what Clem's army... And Clem's army still has the capacity to get even better, as it includes Liberators and upgrades. +3 attack has finished. So this should only be getting worse for Hero. It's getting very, very bad indeed. 4th base, this time around, going to survive from the DT harassment. Clem obviously taking down 2 bases of his opponent. Figures there's got to be a clock on this guy. But then sees, 30 zealots again and is like, okay, maybe not, but that's all right, just pull back. Pull back to some Liberators. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Couple more Liberators, put them a little more on this choke, easy. If this isn't the super intensive, dynamic gameplay that we've been looking for, I don't know what is! Watch as the Protoss once again bangs his head into the concrete wall. Soon enough, the head will explode. Hero. This can't work! It's not supposed to. If it works, I am rage quitting. This should never... Against a max-out Terran with 3-2 at the very least. Doesn't medivacs, handful of ghosts. Mass Zealot is not supposed to work. Good lord. Well, why does Hero do anything? It's honestly a question. At this point, and actually for a few minutes, I'm feeling the... Why not just see how this goes? Of course, it is the last game in the series, and so this seems like a bad time to just be like, yeah, whatever, man. Let's see if it works. But I can't explain it any other way. He just also maybe really thinking that eventually Clem will have... If he's thinking that Clem will eventually have to be too scattered to hold in multiple locations from a gigantic wave of zealots. Let's say he splits 80 army supply here and 50 army supply here. Maybe Hero was thinking, I'll catch that 50 army supply and overwhelm him. Which I would say is, like, it's possible. It's not happened. And it has, I think, a lot to do with the Terran also recognizing that, like, that might be your plan and making sure that doesn't happen. But also, as far as the resource changes go, Clem is even less incentivized to hurry along with the expanding and segmenting of his forces. If this was the old resources, he would have already mined out of his natural and 3rd, and maybe even 4th. Yeah, because he is mined out of his main and natural, so I think if it was old resources, he might even be mining out his 4th. Like, he would have had a lot less, and maybe these constant trades... Jesus, 16,000 resources in the hole. Would have worked out, but that's it's not how it's going. But I don't want to I'm not entirely blaming the resource change. Like, another really important thing is that I think Clem kind of identified at some point this is maybe the goal. Hero gonna try and go for some big old run-bys as Clem tries to stamp out these nexuses. Nexi. Unfortunately, the power of Bio with 3-3, couple medivacs, couple of ghosts, pound for pound, still going to be largely better than the Protoss Gateway Army equivalent. As long as the Zealots don't get a really good surround. And now, I mean, this is just 2 armies clashing together. Now, Kith! No, the one army is vastly superior than the other one. And there's no... There's nothing really exciting about these types of army fights. As in, there's no variables. There's no disruptor that could actually hit a lot of things. There's no... Well, that's kind of the only thing I can think of, to be honest with you. There's no Colossus getting a lot of great AoE damage on a choked up Terran. That time around, there was no DTs blinking as a force field behind them. That's kind of the limited options. I mean, even Immortals, I feel like, would have added some variety there. Not that I think they would have won, of course, but... That was a game of StarCraft, and Hero did not win it. Clem wins 2-1. I don't get today's games. You ever go into like a room and you just kind of get like the heebie-jeebies? You're just like, something's off. I don't know exactly what. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get murdered here, but like something's off. The fuck? Jesus Christ. Wikipedia, please. I turned off ad blocker for you. And you do this to me. You guys didn't hear it, fortunately, but... Anyway. But yeah, I feel like I've entered into a room of StarCraft 2 games where just everything feels really off. Like it's like a Twilight Zone. It's like I'm entered into the Sliders universe, and I've slid into a universe that is weirdly identical to mine. But green means stop and red means go. Just a weird feeling right now. I saw that, and I was gonna respond, and then I realized I'm really tired of responding, so... What do you think of the takes someone got from your video? I can understand why they got that take. Or why people in general could get that take, which is that I'm saying that StarCraft needs to be harder. And that we need to be exactly like Brood War, but that's just... definitely not why I made the video. The ultimate goal of that video was to get out research about how difficult the economy is to design. And how historically, the same issues have existed since 6 workers. So the conclusion that changing it to 8 will somehow fix our issues seems nonsensical to me. I just don't get how we arrived at that conclusion. But, if someone, were to write like, well, are you telling me to go to Brood War then? I would say no. Again, the goal of the video is just to kind of get the explanations for why things work the way they do out there. And at no point did I say, well, clearly we need to cap unit selection. But I did say, this is why Brood War's economy is probably better. And here are suggestions how to fix it in StarCraft 2 without making the game more difficult. Like, none of the suggestions made the game more difficult. They changed things that would arguably be very even difficult for normies to see. Right? Like the amount of minerals you mine, or the worker harvesting cycle being changed or something. Like, none of the suggestions were making the game more difficult. But the difficulty of Brood War also needs to be explored as to why it can also, like, you know, why 12 units cap selection does work out well design-wise. But no, I don't believe we should replicate that, because that would make the game extremely annoying and no one would want to play the game. But if there was a way to take that same idea, like, okay, well, if the game gets kind of harder the bigger you get, is there any way we can imbue that into StarCraft 2 again without capping unit selection? Well, then those would be ideas that you'd want to explore. We are in the finals, by the way. So I should get a new prediction out here. It is Byun versus Clem, who is TVTing Quay. He's sick of this Protoss PTR bullshit. Wow. That's a lot. That is a scathing review of Protoss in the PTR. It is so bad that Clem will play TVT instead. Actually, did he pick random? Last I saw, he was on random. I don't know. You can't check in this overlay. Top left Clem, bottom Beyond. He queued random. He would rather also possibly play Zerg versus Terran. Oof. Well, he's certainly gonna make it fun for us. There's a silent protest to the PTR being random. Those French and their... It's not really symbolism, is it? But their commentaries. Yeah, CC first coming out for Beyond, who does, again, not know what his opponent is, because apparently it was random. Good stuff. Clem obviously knows that it is a TVT. But Clem isn't exactly the type of person, even when he was playing a lot of TVT, to proxy rocks necessarily. Or one base all in. I think this makes I would say there is a chance that Clem would have proxy gated, though, if he was Protoss. I don't think Clem goes for early aggression in TVT, or, like, you know, dedicated early aggression, shall I say. And I don't think that he would go for, like, an 8 pool in ZVT, because apparently all those Zergs say it's bad anyways. But he might have proxy gated, and that would have been concerning. Because, you know, Beyond is... He's command center firsting, but it is on the high ground, but it's without a scout. So, like, this is pretty damn risky. And Clem, yeah, scouts top side first. Even if he had scouted the command center at this point in time, there are some builds he could do to try and punish it. And then this is definitely where I don't know where the pacing goes exactly for the new worker start and resource change. I could tell you in the live version, that I think a 2 starport build would still have enough time to truly punish, but it'd be... The time to actually punish the greed, you know, there's a limited amount of time before it already pays off for the defender. Well, this will certainly get some damage done. This Reaper survives, actually, although it really should die. So, no, it was the live... Oh, it was the healthy one that gets surrounded! Oh, no! And he's gonna see that it's command center first. Oh, that sucks. One Reaper does survive, funnily enough, but it should have been him. It should have been me. No, to have any Reaper surrounded is bad feels for any Terran player. But you know, he's a little rusty when it comes to TVT. Those SCVs and their pesky extra 5 health, it threw him off. Red streaming. This nuanced, mature response. Sorry, I was so busy doing other things, I didn't read everyone's responses. I think you made it clear you don't love the worker change. You think we should just go back to how it was? Yes, I think we should just go back to how it was. I see no need to change StarCraft 2's economy when Blizzard is so unlikely to pay attention to it. I think the risks are far greater than the rewards. I think there's very little reward. And I think there's a potential for far greater risks. Do I actually think the worker change is going to crash StarCraft 2 and we're all gonna die? No. But I think even if the chance of Zerg's aggression further being nerfed, even if there's a chance that all of these town hall bugs and shit don't get fixed, even there's a chance that this increases the turtle aspect of StarCraft 2 to be more akin to Heart of the Swarm, I don't want to risk it. But you know who did risk it for the biscuit and might not be getting rewarded for it? Might be Beyond here. Beyond went for a drop. Now lacking very many units back at home. He does have a Cyclone. That Cyclone not locked on by the opponents. SCV pull and SCV block looking very good right now. Both of them dealing damage to each other's SCV line, but obviously Beyond losing more. Now down 5 workers. Still not yet dealing with this. Auto turret should come out and should help. Hello. Could have been a ping issue. Could have been the Cyclone needing more focus, but even if it was focused on it, died anyway. Tank pops out. That should save the day. But Bjorn, not seeing a lot of rewards from his command center first, lost 10 SCVs and is down 5 workers. So, you know, if nothing had ever happened, and yeah, I should have seen a reward, but things happen. Things happen in StarCraft. Goodbye, Cyclone. Is an excellent change. The change you're looking for is an increase in Warcraft 3 and Age of Empire 2 viewership. Meow. Oh, that's amazing. It's amazing. I really feel like I'm also... I don't know, the pro gamers also seem to be kind of in agreement here, though, as well, whenever they drop by my stream. But I feel like there's this weird division of people in the community. And I can't quite place exactly why it exists as we watch Bjorn continue to struggle holding on here. Clem might have played a TVT in a year, but he still knows some things about it. Yeah, not a terrible idea there from Bjorn. Just realized it wasn't really going to work out. Bjorn is in a ton of trouble. There is a chance he survives and gets to 3 bases. There's also a pretty good chance that Clem continues tightening the noose, wins the game. And then maybe he randoms again in game 2. But yeah, the division of people in StarCraft 2's community right now, I just cannot believe how entrenched people's beliefs are about the worker change. First of all, there's a population that is really just like, no, I don't care. Workers are definitely going to fix all of the issues. Like, those people bewilder me. I don't know why they are so strong in their convictions. But the ones who bewilder me more are the ones who swear that they played and watched a lot of Wings, Liberty, and Heart of the Swarm and think that they were not just a better game, but the best games. That's actually the truth. That's the one where I'm sitting and I'm just like, I don't... Is nostalgia that hell of a drug? It must be. Because yes, there were a lot of great times in those games. I'm not saying there were no great times, not on the opposite of the extreme. But I am absolutely not going to sit here and tell you that those games were fantastic. There was no problems. And if we just went back to 6 workers, fuck with 8, don't even need 8, we need 6, everything will be good again. It's so... Like, everything wasn't good when we had 6 workers. There were still so many problems. There were also great games, but there were also really bad games. And the end of those expansions were absolutely terrible. I just... I can't wrap my head around it. But it just feels like we're living in different universes sometimes when I talk to these people, where I'm like, I was there casting so many Heart of the Swarm games, and the only thing I can think of, and I think this is a fairly legitimate reasoning here, is that so many people, when they say that they played or watched back then, and who still play and watch today, are still talking about a massively, like, different viewing experience. Clem, by the way, gonna come in and probably just win the game. 30 armor supply up. No advantage for Bjorn, although he will technically have combat shields faster. Would love to believe, but I do not believe Clem is gonna win this TVT. His first TVT in so damn long. GG's. But yeah, the different spectator situations between all the games, I think, has to be the culprit. Which is that I could absolutely believe that someone said that they watched a ton of Wings, Liberty, and Heart of the Swarm. I could also believe that when they say a ton, they mean they watched a ton of the final 8 of the premier tournaments. They watched BlizzCon. They watched the final 8 of DreamHack, the final 8 of WCS Europe, some of the round of 16, but they don't remember the 7 series that wait, the 3 series that went terribly. They remember the 1 that went really amazingly, you know? And then now that we live in a world where StarCraft 2 does not have a bajillion premier offline tournaments, they see only the games that they preferred not to remember or watch back then. You know who are watching the games that are now equivalent to today's games, where it's all online and it's all the same fucking pros and it's all so samey? This chick. I had to watch so many of those games. But it's just such a different spectator experience for StarCraft 2 in the last 2.5-ish years. That it's and when we do see some more premier tournaments or offline tournaments, like the magic is still there. The interesting games still exist. But yeah, when you watch Clem, who by the way is spawning in his Terran again, versus Bjorn for the 1000th time, you know, you're gonna be like, well, why is StarCraft 2 so samey? Yeah, I believe I've deduced correctly what the difference is, why I feel so disconnected from some people in the community who just swear that those games are so much better. By the way, Clem not only spawning in his Terran, I said was a bit unlikely to go for some truly early aggression. Very dedicated, you know? This is, well, it's a 1 proxy, 1 at home, so it's not the most dedicated you could do. But I would say, Bjorn's Command Center First Risk was probably a pretty good idea in Game 1 of a brand new series, when I would say 2 out of 3, if not 3 out of 3 of the races Clem would play would probably not do something super early. You don't do it a second time, and Bjorn's not doing it a second time. He is 1 Rax expanding. With no scout, so he might struggle a bit against the Reapers. But, who knows? Maybe the worker change, you know? Changes everything. Yeah, where'd my other cat go? Run back upstairs. So Bjorn still does not know about the 2 racks. Our first Reaper coming across the map. Does a little bit of scouting. Left, right, then brings the Reaper home. Still one of the better case scenarios of not scouting, though. As he holds up on the main base with Marines coming out as well. Sees 2 Reapers, knows what it is. And the game has begun. High ground command center as well, so Bjorn ultimately playing very safe. Even if this was a true proxy 2 racks. I mean, Bjorn might be in a little bit of trouble if he lost a unit instantly, but then he pulls SCVs and he's probably still good to go. But yeah, now that it's not even a true proxy 2 racks, I feel like Bjorn's already done a pretty good job here. So Clem, still gonna try, and the grenades come out for both sides, ultimately equalizing really the engagement. There's only 1 Reaper of Clem survives. Behind this, he takes a command center on the low ground. Bjorn's orbital already changing. Of course, he should have, you can say, like, what, a 3 worker advantage? By the time things settle, 4, maybe? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the new economy. I don't know. One thing you definitely get is a bit faster of that technology. You know what? Something else has changed between Legacy of the Void and Wings of Liberty. There's actually a couple of SCVs are dying here. Helene pops out. Should be... stops more SCVs from dying. And if the Reaper player does get 3 SCVs in this case, I do feel like it's really, really close to even. But the technology... So, okay, so the technology being faster, in Wings of Liberty, this is actually a really, really, really big point. If you get that starport that much faster. The maps were shorter. right? So a Banshee arriving like legitimately 10 seconds faster is pretty big. But then also the Cyclone didn't exist. And the Cyclone is a really good catch-all that exists on your factory, which you will have done. So there's not really a big concern for Clem, and actually a really not big concern for Clem, as he just demolished the rest of Bjorn's forces, taking a considerable lead in the minerals anyway. Not so much the gas. Lisbeth's barracks goes on home. But he's going to get a Cyclone. His Raven production, if that's what he starts up, will be a little bit later, and maybe he won't even go for as many Ravens. Last game he went for 3. Bjorn ended up only going for 1 unless he lost 1 and I missed it. It's a 3rd CC, so nothing super aggressive. To be fair to the patch, mirror matchups were always the games that could go 1 base, 2 base, 3 base. Like, there are some people out there who are really just digging into the hyperbole, which is that every StarCraft 2 matchup always goes to 3 to 4 bases, and is always a rush to do so. And you know, someone even had the audacity to say that PvP does that, which is just insane. Mirror matchups have always been arguably a little more interesting as far as their ability to go for a 1 base build, 2 base, 3 base. Have a lot of repercussions based off of the 1 base choice, 2 base choices, 3 base choices. More so than, I mean, TVZ and PVZ can be the most boring ones. Can be, not always. And I don't think that changes with the 8 workers, certainly. Interference metrics is on the way for Clem, so yeah, he does have those 3 for Beyond, so he does have those 3 Ravens. Clem did just stop at 1 Raven, no interference matrix, but he's going to have the faster Marine production. That 2nd barracks already being done. And faster stim, faster combat shields, faster upgrades, more bio-focused. I would imagine if this game really does go on to, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes, that Bjorn will still go into an 8 racks for going into late game TVT, because that's what Bjorn does. But right now, he is in the kind of more finesse stage of TVT. A lot of his units are very powerful, but they need to be in proper position and be properly microed. And there's definitely a couple of cases of Terran players with Raven usage messing up the Raven control, because now the Raven no longer takes the top spot on priority. Which overall, I gotta say, is probably better. I know some people are very frustrated at the change. But I would say it's probably overall a better idea not to have it on the highest priority. But yeah, I'm willing to hear out the case that it should be the highest priority. Clem's composition, you'd think he'd be a bit more the active one, but they're just kind of waiting till the 3 CCs are all set up and ready to go. Bjorn hoping to find Clem moving out. As long as the Cyclones keep seeing the medevacs at home, they don't need to worry about being dropped. As long as they see the medevacs still being at home, yep, there you go. The rest of the army sees the medevacs. And now the medevacs also saw the rest of the army. Sim is going to finish up for Bjorn. Clem's still going to be faster on those combat shields. And again, 1-1. As the armory is well-timed enough. Double medevac still getting away from Bjorn. And now has to deal with it in his main. I mean, he will deal with it, but already having to move over these. Ooh, that was close. Fortunately, interference matrix is a projectile. And medevac's load and unload very quickly or something. Well, that sucks about the Cyclone, though. Still, the distraction might have worked out. Might have. Not good enough. Cyclones respond quickly to the force on the front lines, and only 1 tank was sieged up. Many more tanks were responding, so it didn't quite work. Still gonna try, do a little bit of 1-2 magic. It's difficult to find the opening when your opponent doesn't have combat shield, just because at that point you usually do have a good number of tanks, a fairly defensive position, a center tower even. But it is possible. Keep an eye on that combat shield, no combat shield potential. Or 2-2. This is not 2-2. Pommy! Poor Pommy.
Game paused. Game resumed.
He's good though. He's fine. No, he's not. He left. Just kidding. I mean, good guy Pommy leaves when he does start to lag. But oof, it's be tough to stream in that internet condition. Command center number 4 coming down for both players. It's TVT, y'all. It's TVT when you have more resources on each individual base. The Terran players, they'll just hang on, won't they? Much closer TVT than last game as well, so just saying, it's difficult to find that timing against non-combat shields. That's not done for Bjorn. If Bjorn is not going to move out, then it's going to be difficult to find this 2-2 timing that Clem could have. And we should see that decision to go either into 8 racks or triple starport soon. In fact, Clem has already made that decision. He's got the map control. He's also a player that would like to go fast. Gotta go fast. Although he has begrudgingly played 3 starport in the past when he did play TVT. That was a long time ago. And Bjorn, well, Bjorn's kind of the poster child for 8 racks, although... Oh no, it's only 2nd factory, yeah. So like I said earlier, I think... I said 15 minutes. Apparently it's 11, whatever. Probably gonna see him 8 racks too. This is a very big anti-timing for Bjorn. Clem's maxed out, wants to make something happen. He does have that slight upgrade lead. Gonna disappear in 12 seconds. But he has now gotten Bjorn's focus on his main army. That's actually more so picked up in these medevacs. Supply Depot Scout will see it, but can Bjorn respond? He does have some units in the main base. And I was going to say, maybe enough that this is not going to be worth it. It's definitely not worth it. The Marines, they knew about it and instantly fired upon those medevacs. If Bjorn didn't focus fire the medevacs, I wonder what would have happened with all the unloading. But Bjorn was clearly ready to focus fire the medevacs, and so that was 100%, 150%, 200% not worth it. Big loss of life right there. Fortunately, you'll be able to replace it fairly quickly with 8 barracks and 4 bases, trying to go up to his 5th. There's the extra 3, by the way, coming down for Clem, which I think, or for Bjorn, which Clem did see. And now we got a little drop in return. This time around, though, Clem not quite ready to respond. I mean, his units responding just in enough numbers. Medevacs unloading, reinforcements popping out, tanks sieging up. But this might just barely be a hold. Could have been way scarier. ADCs go down, not too problematic. Interference matrix galore happening on the front. Bjorn making use of those Ravens. Takes, I mean, that must have been like 5 tanks. There you go. And Clem's line in the sand drawn to the middle of the map is definitely disappearing. Bjorn's still not quite ready to pounce on it. Still so many tanks to take out. Still 9 to 10 tanks. Clem did have a much faster 2nd factory than Bjorn. So that might be explaining that. Bjorn is later to the 4th base, but it's not a big deal. He still had enough resources in the main. He still is obviously going to instantly saturate this base. Certainly the resource trades, which have gone twice as well in favor of Bjorn, have been worth it. Although this is not worth it! No, he thought that was 1 tank! That scan was perfectly deceiving. Just out of range of the tanks on the low ground. Damn. Oh, now it's a little more even. Drop still trying their best, but a main base army was ready. Once again, focus fire. I'm gonna take out these supply. The supply depot in the center tower. I mean, good. This game's evening up once again. Clem has stayed on a lower worker count. Let's check resource. Let's check SCVs mining. He will need to make more SCVs to actually get benefit from this new expansion. And this attack, which was the drop, by the way, is not going to find that little thorn in Bjorn's side it was hoping to, although this is all of Bjorn's army. Either at the 3rd or hold up in the main base. Clem finally finding a weakness, able to siege up 5 tanks on top of this planetary. Raven's looking to respond, and actually that would have been a great grab. He's going to have to just settle for the planetary. Still a good grab there for Clem, but Byun not going to respond to an already dead command center. Just goes for a bit of a counterattack, scans ahead, sees nothing defending Clem's fourth base. Not entirely true, however, as Clem's going to come on the backside, trying to get on top of his tanks, tries to get a concave. There's too many Marines for Byun. Clem might be able to hold this, however, as the rest of his army comes back home. He could go for a sandwich maneuver, save the base, take out this army. And Byun, he was so late to the fourth base. He does have one replacing it already, so he had his fifth up, but he was still so much later. Clem does go for the little sandwich maneuver. Byun picks up what he can, finds a non-planetary. Clem actually isn't sending anything over fast enough to save this. Yeah, he's got bigger problems. Sensei reveals an army encroaching on his third base. Needs to go respond to that. He's going to have to let the fifth base go, but he's at least getting a drop on his opponent. Into the main base he goes. Actually, he's watching third CC barely survive. Going to have to be evacuated. It is the third of Byun that is also going to be attacked. The drop did not go into the main base. Feared that army there, and it's spread out, but there is a bit of an army there anyway. So probably a better choice for him to go after the third than the main. But he's possibly in the same position that his opponent was. Without the tanks sticking to the ground, however, he is able to flee out the one direction that was possible. And Byun is not going to get a collapse in on Clem's counter. But this game is just not going to stop, apparently. Very, very injured Marines. Medevac count checks, 6 to 8, 14 to 13 tanks. Still 3 Ravens in the sky. And that could be big. Where are those Ravens? Chillin', safe and secure on top of all these Marines and tanks. And is he going to go for it? Is Byun going to go for it? He is going to go for maybe the main. There is nothing protecting the main. Clem, I think, kind of realizing this. Maybe a little scared of the possibility, but, you know, if he lifts up... okay, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for a drop into the main base. Auto turret's going to come down, hopefully distract the army from actually jumping on top of the tanks. Clem should be focusing the tanks if possible. I mean, he doesn't actually even need to. That is just too much of Clem's Terran army. Meanwhile, the main base did lose a command center. That is his third. That was lifted. He had also lost his fifth, I think. Maybe not. No, that actually... Okay, so Byun having to use that army that was on top of the fifth for other things. He didn't end up stimming. Maybe the SCVs went to repair it. Either way, point is, Clem still has 4 bases to Byun's 4 bases, so very even in that regard. 20 supply down overall. The army supply specifically for Clem, who, by the way, oh, this is a big problem, actually. This is a big problem. He never got +2 tank weapons. So not only has he been dealing with Matrix tanks, he has also not been, what is it, 2-shotting? Down from 3-shotting? Or 1-shotting. Shit, I forget. It's been too long. Tanks try their best in the main base. He's a 1-shot. It reduces the kill shot of the Marines, once they stim anyway. And so +2 vehicle weapons is if you're going to stop at vehicle weapons, you can. But at +2, not +1. Clem has slowly been losing this game. He's still down 30 army supply, unable to find the weakness of Byun. A couple Liberators siege up as the tanks do as well. These Marines bit off a little more than they could chew. Going after the SCVs now, which Clem does need. And Clem also going to try and do the same, finding his opponent's orbital command. Can he kill it with a number of Marines? No, not if the SCVs repair. In fact, not even. The army responds fast enough. Still going to be able to grab some supply depots, the armory, which is not that big of a deal. Can he take a decent trade here? This actually, I'm not going to say +2 is the reason Clem has lost this game, but it's probably the reason that he's lost more battles. Not taking as efficient of trades as he should have. I mean, if he was slightly more efficient, he'd be winning. Because the game has once again evened up. Similar worker counts, very similar on the army counts. Liberator providing that X factor, jumping on top of the tanks. Clem still losing a lot of overall supply as he tries to take Byun's position out. Byun's not going to give it up, although a lot of his reinforcements, a lot of his actual army supplies back at home. Clem does have a drop. It's what was taking those reinforcements away. It's a tiny drop, but going to try and do a lot of things. Scans also a resource at this point. They also want to be dropping mules. Oh, this is not the fight to take, not the fight to take. A lot more is on the way. Clem's tank's going to be found and killed. Wow, Clem. Oh, I didn't realize what was happening as he controlled his drop away from the reinforcements. Losing 3 tanks is so painful. Now he's down 6 in total. He is not the one with Liberators anymore. He does not really... I mean, technically he found a drop, but doesn't really deal with it. This game is never going to end. Oof. Base of mining goes a lot farther, though. Clem's still holding on thanks to, well, third base that has been displaced for a lot of this game. Still has resources to mine from, and a fourth that's still healthy. Beyond scan, checking out the overall circumstances, sees no fifth base and figures he's got to be wearing this kid down. The drop in the main, met by a drop of Clem, doesn't turn out super well. There's actually only 2 tanks in here. Clem figures that must be combined with something, so he scans the most likely attack point, sees nothing, can breathe a sigh of relief, but then he scans a muled 5th base, and the blood pressure rises again. That's not a good sign. Watch his best people are doing something productive. Little did you know it was going to be TVTs. Clem's PVTs were lightning fast. TVT? Things still close enough that Clem could get a victory here, but God, missing that +2 vehicle weapons is such a bummer. I love this little drop, still trying to do something. And the tank was like, pick me up, please. Got Sarah Kerrigan. Doesn't want to actually take this fight until those tanks are involved as well. Scans ahead, sees both of them see each other's army, and I'm like, oh, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one either. It's too many tanks. 15 tanks to 10. A couple of Vikings were produced from Clem. He's hoping to take out his opponent's Liberators, and maybe a couple of pot shots on the Medivacs. It is 8-5, and I mean, I don't think it's as important, but that can affect a battle. All of these tanks on siege, only really 3 or 4 of them get one shot off, and that, finally, is going to be game. TVT! Clem won one fairly quick TVT and was like, this isn't so bad. And then he's hit with the second TVT. What do you guys think? Is he gonna pick Terran again? Or random again? I don't know if he has to, by the way. I don't know the rules for this in the Monday Night Weekly. Sometimes the rule is you have to stay with what you chose in the overall series, but you can change between series. Sometimes no one gives a shit. Clem can probably play Zerg. I mean, Clem is probably made, you know, I assume is made Grandmaster of Zerg at one point. Just to say that he could. But I don't think his Zerg takes on... Certainly not the best players in the world. Maybe not even the second or the third or the fourth best. So he did choose random, and fortunately random has given him not Zerg. In the top left it is Clem, and the bottom right it is Beyond. Clem Kronos, and then didn't start a worker immediately, so he's clearly tilted and clearly going to lose this game. He is, by the way, coming from the loser's bracket, so Clem is the one that needs to win this best of 3 and then another best of 3. Clem's PVT usually is very, very, very good, but it's definitely looked off for the PTR. I'm kind of leaning towards Beyond to win this series, and thus the tournament. We'll see. It was Byun's non-committal two-base aggression that really caught Clem and sent him to the lower bracket in the first place. And so once Byun discovers that it is Protoss, which he'll do quick enough, like, he should do the same things. So it was, Widowmine drop with the follow-up tank push, and then it was a Marine Cyclone Medevac push. That's really caught Clem in terrible positions. So I ran for the first time in a long time, and I also did it outside, which I don't usually do. I'm a treadmill fan, believe it or not. But I really wanted to get outside. Summer, sun, not bleak. Don't want to end my life. It's beautiful. So I wanted to get outside, so I ran. And, ooh, Clem's proxying. But, oof. It's been a long time, and I have not been exercising. And I promise you, I took the absolute slowest pace possible to still technically be cold running. And I am sore. Which is probably bad news for the soccer game that I'm playing tomorrow. I hope they just put me on goalie. As soon as I roll up and I'm like, look, I haven't played soccer in 15 years. 25 years, actually. 25 years. I hope they're like, okay, you can just stand right there and try and block the ball. Proxy Stargate, by the way. Don't think Ben will be expecting this. No reason for him to. Which, I said he was going to scout fast enough. But then once again, playing very safe. He doesn't know what his opponent's race is. If he sends a Reaper out and it's a Proxy 2-Rax from yet another Terran roll, it could die and then he loses. Straight up. So this is why he has to play safe. I mean, I would suggest usually an SCV scout, but clearly Byun didn't want to do that. So he's playing as safe as you can without SCV scouting. This will still cause him distress as the Oracle comes in. And he's not grabbing a Cyclone immediately. Hellion, a Widowmine. Okay, but the Widowmine is not gonna... Okay, back to a Hellion. Yeah, so things that don't shoot up. And the Oracle is already on the way. And there you have it. Not enough Marines, actually. Yeah, Clem's gonna know that. You need a couple more Marines against an Oracle. It is at best trying to distract, have the energy run out, which it kind of did. Maybe, yeah, that 7th SCV definitely would have died if the Marines didn't distract. But fortunately for Byun, he did high ground command center, and he wasn't super eager to move that to the low ground. So he does not have a second point of vulnerability. That would have really made this catastrophic. If the Adepts were allowed in, or the Marines and Hellion were on the front, it's going to have gotten really, really bad. Still, for a simple Proxy Stargate, a flawless game from Clem so far. He has killed 6 workers, and he wants another one, but the Widowmine is produced and does plant itself. The Phoenix could actually sacrifice its health to tank that, but with a Viking out too, yeah, not worth it. Not worth it. He's still gonna grab the Phoenix. I wonder if he will go into Phoenix. No, he's got Supply Council, never mind. Never mind. Supply Council, Blink is on the way. That Phoenix, as I said, it can tank a Widowmine shot, and that can be a kind of clever way of approaching a simple defense. The Widowmine will take care of all my problems defense, but Byun didn't play so carelessly. Got a Viking, now he's got a Cyclone. Still not much scouting on this side of the map. Does not know if this is going to go into Robo. He knows it's a proxy. But, if this was Hero, I think, he would 100% still go into, like, Phoenix Colossus if he's on a proxy. Little lift to break the lock on there is always cute. This was a pretty heavy deny of the natural base from mining, by the way. So while Clem does not have the economy that a Terran would want when... That was too many units in the stasis trap. He still is, he's hopefully putting Chronos into it and gonna increase that count. Trying to look for some more damage is just once again going to deny mining at the natural, which is still better than nothing. I mean, this is still good. Stasis trap number 2! Oh, God! Oh, keep doing it. I want to see it again. 3rd time. Please. Tank my one on load, just in case he's never getting awfully low. Oracle also getting awfully low. Ooh, last shot. Thank goodness for the range of a Viking. This is the Oracle with a lot of energy, though, so do it again. Do it again. Fucking do it again. Oh no, it's not gonna work this time. No, it is a focus pirate! No! Oh, he was trying to get his other army on the front. He could have focused pirate. I mean, the longer this goes on, I mean, the less it actually matters, of course. Clearly, Clem is not capable of dealing more economic damage. He's just being a nuisance at this point. But a nuisance is still a nuisance. But as I was pointing out, his economy actually never grew as fast as you would hope, considering how much he did deny the economy of Byun. His third base still not on location, which, hindsight 2020, but, you know, arguably would have been a better use of his production rather than these extra stalkers that he made, for instance. What are you gonna do? Right? What are you gonna do? But yeah, this could have been a third base already completed, even. And if he didn't get aggressive, then maybe Byun would have, and he would have had to produce those stalkers anyway, so there's that to consider. But yeah, Clem's economy, not where it wants to be for a Protoss player, is Byun now comfortably on 2 bases, mules dropping, supply depots as well, because these guys are still getting supply blocked. That'll happen for quite some time. Assuming that this patch is forced through, like I suspect they will. They'll eventually get that cleaned up. Blink is done, Charge is on the way, Forge is on the way too. Phoenix were produced, by the way, so we got up to 3, which is the bare minimum to still kind of have an effect in the skies. You could pick up a tank, you could pick up a Cyclone, you could distract a couple of Vikings if you do go into Colossus, which we're not there yet, not anywhere close. Still no Robo on the field. Goalkeeper is still important. Alright, here's the thing. Alright. This is the tragic tale of all ZombieGrub truly never got into soccer. I played all the sports when I was younger, which I'm kind of sad I stopped, but I know why I stopped. And it's because I never thought it would really be possible for me to join any sports leagues because I was traveling so much. So I would think about it when I was like 23, 25, 28, so on and so forth, right? But it'd always be like, eh. Like I'm leaving in 2 weeks, and then I'm going to be leaving in 6 weeks after, you know? So I never did. But I've always enjoyed playing sports. Ah, it's another big stasis trap! Hopefully he scans next time. But yeah, soccer I kind of got over very quickly. I played one season when I was like 7, and as far as I remember, it sucked. I don't remember exactly why. But then I played a second season when I was 8 or 9, and my team was so good, I was the goalie. I literally didn't have to do anything. My team would win, and I basically never have to even try and stop a goal. My team's success made it such a boring sport. More boring than usual. But anyway, attack of the front line, met by Clem's army. Still struggling to deal with that, plus the main base, as the Phoenix are getting focus fired. Another one goes down. This will be cleaned up, but then does he have enough on the front to actually hold against Byun? Upgrades completed. Not a particularly large number of zealots I'm looking at right now, as the regular gateways struggle to reinforce fast enough. No shield battery either. Last Chrono went to Nexus, not into army production. And it kind of looks like, oh, that's a good splash. That's a great splash. Great friendly fire. The Phoenix dragging the Woodham line in, but it's not going to be good enough. They just simply are not enough units here for Clem. And Byun will be winning game 3 and the overall tournament. The CVP looks very good on PTR. Or Protoss looks really bad on PTR. Either way, Byun will take this Monday Night Weekly. And Clem, well, random didn't quite cut it. I would have, seeing his Zerg would have been fun, but I feel like it would have been fun for a very short amount of time. He probably would have died fairly quickly with it. Have they fixed supplies on the town halls? No. I feel like Byun runs hot and cold in live against Protoss. But yeah, you know, this could be the time where he just is really good against Protoss in general. I can get Apple TV thanks to my credit card. Why is Frost Giant sending me emails about Zero Space? This is the second one they've sent. Well, thanks for watching. It's not that I'm opposed to hearing about Zero Space, of course. It's just that when a company dies, you expect that you no longer have to actually unsubscribe from their newsletter. You'd think that there is no newsletter anymore. And that's kind of annoying. Like, I already get the newsletter from Zero Space themselves. Hello. Stoked to discover NYU professors are out here casting StarCraft 2. I would certainly not call myself an NYU professor. Covering a single semester of a single course in their NYU Game Center, which is like a connected building. It's cool, but... Hello, Apollo. You're so cute. What's the next event worth watching? Well, I'm not sure which is coming up first, but there's Home Story Cup and then there's Maestros of the Game. That's enough to put on my CV. Oh, yeah. Of course I do that. So Maestros of the Game is in a week. It's next week, I guess. And then I'm not sure when Home Story Cup is. I couldn't find it on the calendar. Be rough with me, please. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. And another one. Thank you. Yeah, if you count online events, then there's a bunch happening. And another gifted sub. Thank you. Just like hearing the Final Fantasy VI intro song. Home Story Cup is like 2 days right after Maestro. Well, it should be on a weekend. They should be on the weekend. So I'm guessing Home Story Cup is maybe the weekend after. Because I don't think it's possible for them both to happen on the 27th. Well, it's obviously possible. It's not a very good idea. Yeah, okay. So many people can go to Paris and then hop over to Germany without too much downtime. You silly Europeans and your small Europe. You know what I was thinking of? I mean, this is obvious, but I've never thought about it in such clear terms before. You know how people always think like Europeans are so much, they're more worldly because they know so much more about different cultures and countries and stuff. Because it's like if you're France, you can know a lot about Germany. You can go to Germany, Spain, Netherlands, whatever, right? And it could be like a school trip a lot of the time. And it's like, that's great. But the equivalent would be me visiting West Virginia when I lived in Virginia. So if only it sounded as impressive as when people were like, oh, I know a bit of Spanish, or I know a bit of Italian, or, I visited this country because they live right next to it. If only it was so impressive for people to be like, oh, you know how to speak West Virginian? You've been to West Virginia? Wow. So worldly. And that just, like I said, it's not a new concept, but it's just putting into that perspective really makes me angry. Makes me envious. Good luck keepering, which I imagine is what they're gonna make me do. I'm gonna like run down the pitch like one time and be like, I'm good, guys. What are we angry about? How Europeans can sound so smart because they live so close to different countries. But when I'm like, I visited West Virginia, people are like, what the fuck does that matter? There should only be one Virginia, one Carolina, and one Dakota. This whole north, south, west. It's actually not an east, it's just west. But it's all stupid. Well, same goes the other way though, right? It's not Americans' fault that we can't just travel someplace interesting. But, a lot of Europeans are learning a lot about America thanks to the World Cup, which I do find amusing. I've been enjoying the tweets from foreigners visiting America and trying out Waffle House or Johnny Rockets or donut hamburgers. America. I found more interesting articles on the StarCraft 2 economy. I also found an AMA by Dustin Browder, Alan DeBeery, and David Kim, which I didn't know happened on Reddit. I really wanted to look at it. You could go to Krefeld in 3 hours. Who's playing in the Home Story Cup? That's a good question. I'm actually not sure if the competitor list has been released. Probably looks it's going to be like identical to the last one. So you could look up the last Home Story Cups players. Be right back.
Assuming control.
Emergency induction port.
Roddy, thank you for the raid. There you go. Thanks for the raid and the resub for 102 months. Chair's streamer. It's my favorite chair on the Citadel. Mass Effect. Welcome, everyone. I don't have anything too interesting. Nothing to immediately hook you into watching the stream. But what I'm going to do is look over an AMA with the StarCraft 2 development team from 13 years ago. Ugh. They're so old. Nostalgia hook. World Cup games have had plenty of exciting upsets. I've watched a little bit of soccer. I'll try to refer to it as football for all the Europeans. It's hard. It's hard, though. Anyway. Paula wants my Pop-Tart. And while I did enjoy watching the second half of the Netherlands versus Japan, and I enjoy watching it more than I did the last time I tried watching, I still don't really get it. But, you know, maybe maybe as I learn, that'll change. And, you know, usually having a country to cheer for, just like something to hook you, right, is good enough. Gotta tell you, I'm not, you know, it doesn't feel, I don't feel so patriotic lately. So I don't really care how the USA does. What team are you rooting for? I'm going to root for Korea, Japan, the Netherlands. Yeah, those are the ones I'm choosing. Why? I like those. I like the first two countries. Netherlands is also a good country, but mostly just because Roddy. And I have to listen to him talk about soccer whenever I watch his stream. You know, is my stream frozen? Okay, no, it's not. My software is frozen. Okay, there we go. Anyway, yeah, I actually tried watching a little bit of that, Mike, and I didn't really get it. My patriotism has not increased thanks to the UFC fight at the Capitol, at the White House, nor from the flying motorcycles that also happened apparently there. Roddy's the main reason you're rooting against the Dutch? How mean. Anyway, soccer aside. So, apparently there's an AMA that was done about the launch of Heart of the Swarm. I don't know if they did a Legacy of the Void AMA. Doesn't seem like it. Flying motorcycles? Yes, the motorcycles flew themselves. So this was posted to just like actual AMA, not in the StarCraft subreddit. And the top one is Lelouch asking smart people things. So apparently, this is pretty neat. Earlier alpha builds of StarCraft 2 used to, much like Brood War, feature workers which returned 8 minerals per trip, spent more time mining, didn't relieve each other more or less perfectly, and were dumber. Wouldn't wait politely for the turn. StarCraft 2 engine development history panel. Oh, I already favorited it and I forgot. How does he know that there were 8 minerals? Oh. Oh, that's why. You could actually see the minerals. When did they change? Oh, you like summon an Archon. Like literally. Yeah, look how they move. Is that 6? Wait. No, it was still 8. It was still 8 when they announced it. Interesting. Infested queen applies the existence of a non-infested queen? Suppose. What happened in this time period that prompted you to change workers? And this is where Lush talks about stuff that he already has talked about, but no diminishing returns, worker efficiency until you hit a saturation of 2 workers, effectively caps economic growth beyond 3 mining bases, causing late game economies in StarCraft 2 to become symmetrical. It's all about cost efficiency, preserving your army value, and posturing. Builders reach their final states and conform to 1 standard much quicker. No gain from saturating beyond 2 workers per patch, where brood war income decreased gradually from 1 worker. Your thoughts on the cap on economic growth? Do someone agree that Protoss Air in combination with splash damage units might be difficult for Zerg to deal with during no rush 15-minute games, which both sides take an equal number of bases? We're not seeing signs of this in pro games. The response is disappointingly short. One of the goals with workers was to make your economy a little bit more expensive and complicated to manage. their economy a little more expensive and complicated to manage. Since we had a lot of concerns both in the team and the community with that base building was going to be too simple in StarCraft 2. How does that make it more complicated? I understand the 2 geysers make it a bit more complicated, but I don't understand how the overall worker discussion of changing the worker return rate, the worker AI, and whatever else was mentioned makes it more complicated and expensive. This seems like it didn't answer the actual question, right? Am I crazy? And then he just didn't respond to the third thing. We discussed this. Felt like it was a pretty huge change at this point to alter core economy. They've had to rebalance the entire game. At that point, we were dealing with Oracle, Wood Mine, etc. Changing the entire economy is difficult, you say? Yeah, I don't get that answer. I don't know if somewhere else is expanded upon. This is him just responding to someone else. Some typical hate on commentators. For me, not understanding your second question, wouldn't it be a perfect time to make dramatic changes? Okay, I didn't really... yeah. Wait, when was this? Developers preparing for next week's global launch of Heart of the Swarm. I guess Legacy of the Void... How long was Legacy of the Void known to be the title of the second expand? You know what I mean? The third game. Obviously pretty early on, but I just, I don't remember. But if I Googled, I could find it. To give Blizzard links that give great information on StarCraft 2's economy. The SC2 Pro mod that made the economy almost exactly like Brood Wars. Yay. Mineral harvest amount different. Mineral return delay different. Mineral patch amount different. Reduce queen inject from 4 to 3. Larva spawn. Reduce mule mineral trip from 25 from 30. This guy gave him the blueprint for Legacy of the Void. Well, they didn't really address those questions, so. What is this math? Oh, it's far too many numbers in parentheses. They revealed the names of the expansions. Wow, that's so early. I mean, I'm sure I knew about that at the time, but forgot that they had already named everything. This guy tried to math out how much economic damage you deal. X is workers killed, B is number of bases. These fucking nerds. Oh, David cam response. Not really much follow-up, though. All I see when I watch GSL nowadays, 13 years ago when Heart of the Swarm launched, actually when Wings of Liberty was at its finale, GSL nowadays is a brief opening burst of minor action, then an incredibly boring 10 to 15 minutes build up where nothing happens. This AMA is a treasure trove of complaints about the first two expansions, isn't it? Oh my god. I think you just copy pasted that. I don't know what FRB is. What is FRB? Friends... something benefits? Fewer resources per base, maybe? How... Why would they make an acronym and not ever use the acronym? Like, spelled out. Oh, God. I think it is. I think it is fewer resources base is something. Wow. 2012. How much more interesting Mutilating Baneling was than Infestor Brood Lord. Mutilating Baneling is fun because there is wastefulness involved in the matchup. There's an asymmetry involved in it. Zerg, for once, actually live up to their swarmy reputation. And that's the exact same reason why Muta, Baneling, Ling doesn't work in the late game, and hence why Zerg players eventually abandon it. Doesn't work, even in Wings of Liberty! With 6 workers! Yeah, I had to, I don't know why. I guess this guy didn't want his history being checked, but I had to Wayback Machine that post. What is this? David, some do it T. Oh my god, what is this game? This was when he typed it, though. This quotation from Boxer. Legendary semifinal. Game escalated over an hour. Before the battle ensued, the game looked frozen, so this was Boxer's way of imploring the balance designer, David, do something. Oh, okay, it's crying, okay. What would you do different in regards to Kespa in the Korean market? We're very happy for Kespa to support StarCraft 2. It's not part of any discussions with them, and I don't know the details. Dodge, weave. Barcrafts, man. We have not yet found design choices for StarCraft 2 that would be happy with it to make it free to play. They couldn't input skins in Heart of the Swarm. Do you want to link to this? Or? Larman comment that Activision CFO said StarCraft 2 is not really worth it. We're interested in releasing standalone titles. They're no longer releasing games like StarCraft, but they're actually saying the opposite. Strategy of releasing StarCraft 2 as planned trilogy rather than standalone. Alright. Welcome to StarCraft 2016 new Marine skins this year.
Emergency induction.
That's actually what happened. Arne Bjorns, thank you for the 55 months. Think about skins that they had collector edition skins. They probably meant more like they didn't have. I'm gonna guess it's a couple things. They didn't have the UI set up and a proper like business model for a marketplace. Although they had the arcade marketplace. And they didn't have, I don't know, artists intended on making more skins. I mean, I'm guessing it's just one of those things where like 3 years into StarCraft 2, they had given almost no thought to actually making it a microtransaction game. So when people around 2013 were like, hey, apparently microtransaction games are the way to go, they were like, you're probably right, but we didn't look at that into that yet. And then they did look into it, and then they made Legacy of the Void. Any thoughts on the in-game timer? Promised an interview this would be changed from Blizzard time to real time and HOTS. Oh my god. Liars! The amount of engineering effort turned out to be a lot higher. But they eventually did Legacy of the Void. Huh. It was so complicated, they still have the hour marker appear at 43 minutes. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point too, Mike. I mean, it just to actually truly remember the landscape that was 2013, and obviously them making Heart of the Swarm happen more like in 2010, 11, 12, is actually so... It's difficult to remember how different it was. And even at this time, I mean, this would have been around the time that Destiny went on a rant on the show and everyone made fun of him. But it's still, you know, as that show kind of showed, it was kind of still a more prevailing attitude that free to play was not necessary, or that microtransactions were a gimmick that was only meant for, you know, the lowliest of video games, and we don't need that, so on and so forth. This is kind of why I've answered questions about, like, why did StarCraft 2 eventually fail with, you know, it kind of has to do with it being developed in 2005 and released in 2010. Obviously, by the time all of these new emerging market trends were happening, they had already been so locked into the old way of doing things that it was a tremendous effort to try and overhaul it in time. Can't blame you. You bought it 5 times. I mean, I think as far as, you know, it failing, there's a, you know, it's such a silly way to put it anyway. Failing. But I mean, when you do compare it to the Titans, and yeah, in comparison, you could say it failed. Spoke of how the Corruptor was a boring unit. God, I forgot how much of a discussion that was. That was such a huge discussion, and it really was. I mean, it is still boring. It doesn't do very much, but I feel like it had such a bigger place back then. You saw it all the time, and it wasn't exciting. How many copies did it sell? Did what? StarCraft 2? Like, throughout all the expansions, or like one particular expansion? Do I like the warp gate change? I like the idea of the warp gate change. I have definitely been of the opinion for a long time that warp gate is not a great game design mechanic. But I do think that the game has been built around it. So changing it will be no easy feat, and this change probably isn't it. But to tell you specifically what isn't it, or specifically how to fix it, I don't know. And I also don't know if it's really worth antagonizing the people who do really like Warpgate and who think it's, you know, it's core to the Protoss identity and it's a large reason why they play Protoss. I don't know if it's really worth alienating them. I don't know. How many copies of StarCraft 2 have been sold? Maybe 20 million? $6 million back in 2012. Sold 1 million copies in its first 24 hours. Sold a lot. Wonder what this question was. You guys regret the Queen buff patch? That's an interesting question. It's actually one of the things we're most confident on. That's an interesting answer. Oh my god. People are so harsh. Oh my... Jesus Christ. I mean, I think it's... How to say? So, okay, the reason they're asking, by the way, for anyone who's like, what's the big deal about this question? The Queen buff patch is, by many, basically the reason that Broodlord Infestor is allowed to become a thing. It's one of those early on changes, buffs, that drastically affected the rest of the game, right? So basically what this guy is asking is, do you regret it because we've been led into a Broodlord Infestor era, which this AMA would have been done in peak Broodlord Infestor era? And David Kim's response is that we think it's great because, quote, Zergs are not dying to Hellion run bys as much. Which I don't really remember enough of that time period to say that it wouldn't have been figured out in some other way. But I do think David Kim is knowingly ignoring the true crux of this question. He's basically like, it's amazing because it fixed this one thing. And then just doesn't actually answer the other thing that it did. It was a range buff, right? Yeah. Queen can attack further. This is interesting. Zerg and Heart of the Swarm are pigeonholed into having to defend for the first 10 minutes of the game, while Protoss and Terran received many new early game units and gameplay options. Zerg's early aggressive options have been severely weakened by the new defensive strategies available to other races. Well, anyway, that AMA had some nuggets of history. Apparently, I missed some breakdowns of the StarCraft 2 economy. I'd actually bookmarked and then forgot about. But I had to Wayback Machine this one because all of the images didn't work. Wayback Machine is truly wonderful technology, isn't it? Will larger maps achieve apart from increasing rush distance? I will say absolutely nothing. Too bad we'll never get 300 supply cap. Consider this 13 workers. 13 workers will fix everything. Oh, it was back in 2008? Good lord. Oh my god, this is it. Fewer resources per base was what it was talking about. So this was a whole... So, well, they did take a suggestion from the community. This has been something that was incredibly researched and actually even had test mods for, was fewer resources per base. Okay, these are maps that you're used. Reused, yeah, yeah. We sort of reached a cap, told Reem, and they actually got a little smaller again. They did not stay going smaller. Oh, he wanted 6 mineral patches. And then he wanted 6 mineral patches and 1 high yield gas. Has a high maximum resource collection rate. Oh god, there's even more graphs. A single mineral field in StarCraft 2 can be up to 38% stronger than a single mineral field in Brood War. Okay. A 7 mineral base is StarCraft 2 is even stronger than a 10 mineral base in Brood War. Okay. What the hell is this? It makes sense to compare that with Brood War. Yes. Although I like your other comparison. I mean, they aren't just comparing to Brood War because it's fun to do. They're comparing it to Brood War because Brood War seems to have, depending on who you're reading about, I suppose, but a lot of the arguments is that it has more strategy involved as the game goes on than StarCraft 2 does. And one thing that seems to be agreed upon by everyone in the community is that we want more strategy in our strategy game. And so why is it that Brood War seems to have more strategy involved throughout the entire game than in StarCraft 2? Let's look at the economy and let's look at what happens when workers go on this and when exponential growth falls off here and so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. I think most people can also agree, for instance, that a lot of resource gaining into one battle, epic battle, can be a way that gets, it gets really boring eventually. And that we generally like, for instance, Ling Bailing Muta more than any other way that Zerg plays because it's exciting. And then why is it exciting? Why is it not exciting? Why is it not feasible in StarCraft 2, but it is feasible in this other game? I've never read that. I never read this one. The rhino in the room is a response to the elephant in the room. What if StarCraft 2 competitors can't be as good as their Brood War counterparts? Oh, I think I know what this argument is, though. I think I know what the overall idea is. The idea is that there's a lower skill ceiling. So you can't have StarCraft 2 players be that much better than a potential counterpart. Like Flash exceeding his peers drastically at times. Can't really happen in StarCraft 2 because, yeah, the ceiling is lower. Which I wouldn't agree with. I mean, is it lower? I suppose. Just with how difficult Brood War is. There's... like, it's kind of a fact, I guess. It's just one of those things that's like... they're basically hypotheticals anyway. Like, no one in the history of video gaming has, like, perfected a video game. So... yeah, I know. I totally disagree with this. Totally disagree. I can kind of see... the argument. I understand the argument, I'm pretty sure. Unless something else is said in this that blows my mind. Even this guy is like, I don't even know if it's really the case. I'm just throwing it out there. But yeah, I think we've had standout players in StarCraft 2. Yeah, it's a hypothetical. It's like no one in the world has been flawless at Brood War. No one in the world has been flawless at StarCraft 2. Like, every pro gamer has been chasing to get better and better and better. And not just be getting, like, luckier through coin flips or something. You perfected League of Legends by uninstalling it. It's still unreachable, even if it's lower. Exactly. Yeah. Less resources per base means generally less army. With your army smaller, each individual micromove you make is greater effect as percentage of the whole. Smaller armies do less DPS, take longer to kill an expansion, which gives the defending player more time. Static defense tend to scale poorly against larger armies. Smaller armies mean generally more efficient static defenses. This guy has a lot of hope. Jesus. This guy really thinks lower resources will just fix everything. Gah. League of Legends, okay. What is it? On League of Legends, major rival esports game. I feel it reasonable to bring up League of Legends. Oh, what a time that was. When we were considered rivals to League of Legends. I want to point out the average game in League of Legends is much longer than StarCraft 2. 10 lasts under 15 minutes. Games last more than 20. Strategy means in long compared to spreading out concept we've seen interest in. Blah, 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 blah. Law essentially forces spreading out to happen. I don't understand why you brought it up. Yeah. Team Liquid swore off League of Legends and refused to allow discussion. Oh my god, I don't remember that. Brother, commas and sentences would help me read your paragraph so much more. I'm not sure what you're talking about in response to, anyway. When a StarCraft 2 maps had 3 lanes and neutral creeps. This actually, I think this is the longest post. This beats the treaties article. Still not done. Oh, he's finally done. No, this is the continuation. Good lord. Well, that's far too much for me to understand. I'd be very upset if I could read. Yeah, I didn't know what you were saying 2020. I was confused by that. Yeah, no, this is happening before they change the economy in Legacy of the Void. I need all of these posts described to me in like a puppet show. Needs more game modes with different executions and map styles. Oh, well, different maps could definitely happen. It's just the issue is forcing them. Like, I think map makers would be fine with making different types of maps. The problem is that whenever they do for like the Team Liquid map contest, they're always last voted because the players who play in like the tournaments for them are like, this map sucks. And then everyone who watches the tournaments go, well, pro players think it sucks. And then they don't vote for him. No puppet, more income minute graphs? No! Yeah, 4-player map, I saw that. That was Omni Skeptics map. Yeah, I'm guessing it'll be the more vetoed one. I don't think it'll be, like, never played. But I could be wrong. All maps should be reskinned. Abyssal Reef. Abyssal Reef was a fun map. You know, we had some pretty maps in the past. You know, we could also do Belshire Beach again, Gwangali Beach, as well. Most people who just actively play don't have time to figure out, learn map specific builds. Well, they don't have to. I mean, let's say, depending on how different the map is. Is the Reef the most played map? Surprising considering how many more players we had at one point, and how many maps lasted much longer before they started to reliably rotate them out. We don't need Ohana. The new Lilo and Stitch movie says we don't need Ohana. Cool. Is this what they tried to do when they changed the arc slop? Maybe in a way. I was responding to a guy on Reddit who seems like a very reasonable, nice guy. But when I tried to explain this graph again, basically, I feel like the guy's argument was kind of weird because he was like, I don't understand how Brood War Rewards expansion in StarCraft 2 punishes you more than rewards, because if both games have the same number of workers on the same number of bases, it's equal. And in StarCraft 2, if you just get more workers on a new base, then it's just as optimized. And I'm like, so it's completely different, so it's the same? What? But the next thing that he said was that he had talked to David Kim, and him and David Kim had laughed over the people who argued that Brood War Rewards and StarCraft 2 punishes. And I feel like that was supposed to be a real gotcha. Like, I've talked to David Kim and he agrees. And I'm like, my answer was a polite way of saying that's not the flex that you might think it is, considering how there are many people who would greatly criticize David Kim's design and understanding of different designs. Like when he responded to the treaties article, the Team Liquid writers were like, I don't think you got it. But yeah. Cloud Kingdom was one of the least bad ones. Well, that makes sense. Cloud Kingdom was one of the earliest standards. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the middle when it comes to David Kim, which I think is a pretty, tempered, it's reasonable. I think he's a human. I think some of his ideas and his implementations were quite good. And then there's other things that I don't think because he helped design StarCraft 2, he just automatically gets the yes sir, that makes a lot of sense, sir. That, no one really deserves that by nature. Perhaps by their what's the word I'm looking for? You can certainly give them the benefit of the doubt if you know them to be a logical person who really thinks things through, of course. But to just be like, this person is also laughing at these things. I'm just like, I just feel like you don't understand it then. I mean, maybe I'm the one who's not really getting it, but to me, this whole reward versus punish aspect seems rather obvious to me. But I have to assume that other people are reasonable, logical, and they just have a point that I'm not understanding. But this guy's like, I never got this reward versus punish thing. It doesn't make any sense. David Kim also laughed at it. I'm just like, ooh. Did you guys actually look into it? Or... Not to mention, it sounds like from the responses, this guy didn't actually look at any of the links that I offered up. This song, what, Fire? Well, no, of course, I definitely don't think David Kim is stupid. Like I said, I'm kind of in the middle of the road, I'm not laughing at him because he used to be bad at Brood War, which a lot of the biggest Brood War elitists thought that David Kim manning the helm of StarCraft 2 design was the most laughable thing in the world because they could beat him in Brood War. And I'm like, well, I'm going to assume that most game designers, if not all game designers, are actually not the best player at their game. I don't know why this is a flex. I don't know about literally rank 1, but he was very good. Like, he was the highest league, which was Diamond, I guess, back then, for a decent time as random. Just like he was, like, when Battle Aces was being played, he was the best player in the workspace, and he could take on I think he won. They had a show match where David Kim, I think, faced Parting, and David Kim won. And that just makes sense, right? Because as far as the initial understanding and the goal of the game, obviously the game designer would know that. Whereas the pro gamers, they eventually would figure out even more optimal ways to abuse the goal of the game, but they wouldn't immediately know what it is, right? But yeah, I think David Kim, has a lot of good ideas. And Battle Aces was a fine idea. He wasn't the guy that I was mostly like mad at. There was some other guy. I don't remember what game he worked on, but I'm almost positive there weren't actually a lot of people at what was it, Uncapped Games or something like that, right? There wasn't a lot of people there who actually did work on StarCraft. There was a couple, but a lot of them worked on other RTSs. And the one guy who was basically bragging about how he figured out that people don't want to base build, I kind of wanted to punch him. Not actually. Violence is bad, people. Unless it's against Nazis. But anyway, but like I wanted to go up and be like, no, that's stupid. Why would you assume everyone doesn't want to base build? They shouldn't engineer a car because then I was going to drive. Hope, right? Yeah, like no, who would ever say that? But maybe violence is actually an appropriate answer to more situations. No, I just surprised Battle Ace fell through like it did. I'm not really surprised. I think overall, when you're talking about trying to get the numbers that a company like Tencent would want, I think any type of real-time strategy game is a hard sell. And it seems like their test is basically the least marketed beta tests possible. So it obviously is going to be looking like it's a very small population that would enjoy it. I assume that's how they do it for a lot of games, though. I think I'm guessing Battle Aces was given the same chance as a lot of other games were under Tencent, and that they have metrics based off of this extremely small, again, unmarketed beta test. Insane numbers were entirely designed for base building. I mean, even if you want to like argue like tower defense, which are, crazy popular games, definitely seen as more casual and mobile games now, but that's literally base building, and people really enjoy those. I just the question and answer, this guy was talking to Livy B, and he was like, do you miss the base building aspect? And when Livy B said, no, I don't, he was like he expected a fucking round of applause to come out of nowhere from like the 20 people playing their beta tests. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? But you know what? Something about to let evil thrive, good men do nothing. I don't fucking know. I didn't say a thing. I did not stand up and go, good sir, you are wrong. I heavily miss base building. Even if I did, I was like really the lone person who didn't enjoy that game. They invited like 30 people out, mostly StarCraft people, but a couple Warcraft, a couple Age of Empires, a couple others, a couple like journalists and stuff. And I was like the only person who really didn't like that game. So I'm sure it looked like it would have been amazing. But guess who triumphed in the end? Guess who got to revel in her rightfulness as a team of dedicated, passionate human beings lost their jobs. I'm personally to blame for the decline of RTS. I had a hard time imagining AoE players not missing base building. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there wasn't like everyone giving their honest opinions. And not everyone was asked directly. So it's just that everyone was willing to play the game. But I played the game I played maybe like 10 to 20 matches overall, which they're all like 5 minutes, right? So that's not a lot, but I played probably that much. But we literally had 2 days where like 8-hour days, and all we did was play the game. So when you need to enjoy the game. I mean, I didn't really care about playing it, but other people did. Other people were making little mini tournaments before they decided to make like an actual tournament for the end of the summit. First, they came for the 6 workers. They did not speak out. And then it was, and everyone got mad at me, right? I have this really bad habit of letting my true feelings show on my face and in my actions, which gets me credit in some areas. It makes me seem like a real bitch in other areas. They asked everyone, all 20 people playing StarCraft, the 5 Age of Empire players, and they all said, yeah, we hate base building. I'd been like, shit. You can't have your cake and eat it too, I suppose. You can't be honest at all times and expect to be liked by everyone. I would like to be liked by more people. So this is why Terran is underpowered. Interesting. You liked UFC until they're standing America. It's weird, isn't it? Generally, liking your country is seen as a good thing. Loving your country is seen as a good thing. Being fanatically diehard about your country is the bad thing. We are the baddies. I'm certainly not cheering for America and soccer. Time for my daily game of Deadlock. Can only read so much about the economy. I'm making dinner tonight. I'm making some Thai eggplant. We talk about the PTR. What is my opinion about the PTR? I think the PTR is effectively useless. They have made too many drastic changes together to really, truly test it. It's bug-riddled, so we're not getting true testing of what they're trying to test anyway. And of the games we've seen on the PTR, I have seen very little difference. Maybe even worse StarCraft than live. But small sample. It's your birthday? Happy birthday! You want something different because it's your birthday? You should be eating an ice cream cake right now. And if someone asked you, your response isn't, I'm high. It's my birthday. And then people are like, oh, well, that's fair. And that ice cream, oh, it's so good though. I love the little crumblies, like the Carvel ice cream cakes, which as you can tell, I always get on my birthday. The crumblies. They're like Oreo crumbles, kind of. I think is the best part. Mashed fish stew. Doesn't sound appetizing, but I'm sure it's comforting.
You were wrong, Vindy.
You always got them from Dairy Queen. We always got Carvel cakes. I don't know why. They're cheapest, I guess. And then I just liked them. You like to see them trying stuff out? Do you like it when they try stuff out and then don't actually fix things and listen to feedback?
But together,
Like, how much leeway do people want to give
right.
to the kind of arguments of change for the sake of change argument? This doesn't describe it well. Well, having tasted many cuisines of the world, I think I can imagine a good version of fish mash. We are talking food. It's nearing dinner time. I'm making a Thai eggplant from Rachel Ray's cookbook, vegetarian cookbook. I think it's just like a veggie meal cookbook or something like that. And this book was made like 20 years ago. We've been using... There's 2 recipes that we've used for 20 years from this book. And I'm guessing they're not at all like their actual cuisine is supposed to be. Like
It's up in 30 seconds.
I'm guessing Thai eggplant is different if I actually got a Thai eggplant recipe. Same for her minestrone. I'm sure Italians would look at this and be like, what the fuck is this? But it's quite good, so.
If they don't have an Achilles heel, I'll make one. The pros are ready.
Minestrone's one of the few things that I actually like as leftovers. I don't know about y'all, but I find myself not to be a real leftovers type of person. I don't know what it is. Ooh, hi neighbors. The minestrone, I think, is a good leftover.
More where that came from.
And this isn't even because, like, it was just an okay dinner in the first place. I mean, I literally had, like, an amazing filet mignon from a steakhouse with, like, really good mashed potatoes. And we brought it home for leftovers.
Throwing steak.
Slug shot almost ready.
And I didn't eat it, so I had to throw it away.
Boxes are up.
I don't know. Which I acknowledge is a huge waste.
The rooftops call to me.
You always divide your cooking into portions. Mike's pretty disciplined, man. That's impressive.
Is living up to his reputation.
He also works out reliably.
Going airborne. I have an omen for you.
Me and you both, or I'll have it. Although I did, as I was saying earlier, I did go on a run outside yesterday.
I don't know what that does, but
And I made sure to take it super, super, super light.
I'll hold them down.
And it still reminded me how long it's been since I've last done a run or worked out seriously.
Bridge buffs in 20 seconds.
No one hides from me.
Abrams is such a leader. What really made me sad about running was that I just couldn't fix my toe issue. So I couldn't continue chasing the running goals I had.
He's got tier buff.
So without the goal-oriented motivation, it's been difficult getting back in there.
Krill's missing.
Yeah, that's why I upgraded it. If I'm in like a sustain healing lane, I'll upgrade the Ravens.
Go where I want.
I find myself hardly ever upgrading the flight immediately.
Slay them.
Stick around. Them.
You rolled your ankle. Yeah. It's just generally hard, I guess, to get back from injuries. But when it's an injury that just has... It's not even like, you know, because especially as you get older, if you get injured, it really does affect you for basically the rest of your lifetime. Super great, right?
I'll do as I can.
Cook's almost ready.
Yeah, when the issue is like, it's gonna be a constant issue. No matter how much physio you put into it or something.
I'll take barrage.
Nighty night.
Let's take out barrage.
Ooh, I can't believe he lived. Ooh. Yeah, bicycling is the thing I absolutely should be doing. It's better for my particular issues. It's arguably just better in general. Swimming apparently is the best, but But I can't really get that excited
If you
about
like that, I got
biking.
some other stuff that fell off the truck.
Getting old is a young man's game. Kayaking, I'm open to getting into kayaking actually. I really want to go back into whitewater rafting. So I wanted to do it the last like 2 weekends, but last weekend I went to a pool party instead, which was fun enough. This weekend I'm doing karaoke. Anyway, and this past weekend, like yesterday, it was too cold. I tried Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but an honest god turn off was how sweaty you guys are. They're like, partner with this adult man. And I was like, okay. And then it was just sweat. So gross. And I've done like karate and kickboxing and stuff before, and it's, you know.
Finding higher ground. Then mine.
We're a princess! Thank you for 39 months. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of martial arts options within like 20-minute drive here, so. Ugh, gross. Thanks for 39 months. Perk princess.
Heading to blue.
Oh, you're unsecure in deep water? Well, you definitely don't need to be in deep water to get benefit from swimming. I just hate the whole process. Don't really enjoy swimming pools. The whole idea of having to go someplace and then, you know, either go there dressed as swim attire or get dressed in a swim attire.
I'll check the shop when I can.
You're not gonna regret it.
About time.
Mirage is missing.
Can you just cycle for groceries? Oh god, no. No, I wish I lived in a place where cycling or walking anywhere was a legitimate possibility. But I'm in one of the worst areas in America.
Can.
Not like as a whole, not like crime or something. I just mean it's a new development, so there's really not a lot around, and all of the development is our suburbs. Not anything good. So if I were to go to the grocery store, which is about a 5-minute drive, it'd probably be only like a 20-minute bike ride, which that doesn't sound bad, but there's just no bike lanes in the immediate area around my suburb.
Need help on blue.
And the bike lanes that exist outside of the suburb are less than trustworthy. Balancer in the rudder correctly. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I still occasionally get the numbness issues in my wrists.
Stay strong, buddy.
Krill's missing.
Yeah, I hate suburbia. It's nice that it's safe. You get to see people walking their dogs. There's one really cute dog. Someone adopted a husky, and they're nice. And the dog's cute.
No risk, no reward.
But it's not where I would, if I had a choice, it's not where I would put down roots.
Nope. They're dead.
Let's take out Mirage.
Going there from Oh yeah, I bet. Yep, New Mexico. I mean, a lot of the.
I'm gonna go help another lane.
A lot of the states that, you know, how to say, I guess we're like last to be developed. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it, right?
Our yellow
So a lot of the
guardian
western
has been
states, but not
destroyed.
California.
I'm from blue.
They're all planned very much with,
The Archmother gives
you know,
freely. Our yellow walker is
post
under
20s,
attack.
30s suburbia.
Headed to yellow.
I see
I'm not
Mirage.
gonna get
The
there in
spirit
time.
urn is waiting to be claimed.
Oh, they
Wanna
left.
buy a mug to go with you?
They're like, no way we could get this yellow walker for free. I was like, actually.
Headed to Broadway.
Everyone's got a weak spot.
I thought there was someone invisible. Just banded her on the ground.
Taking flight. I'll get there next time.
But yeah, they're developed with the idea being that you're gonna have not just a car, you're gonna have a gigantic fucking car. You're gonna need all of the road space and all of the parking spaces. Then you'll be willing to drive through your own suburb for 5 minutes before you
Headed to
actually
yellow.
get outside of your suburb.
There's two on yellow. I don't know.
As
if I
opposed to
can
some
do
of
it.
the older
It's far ahead of me.
states where,
Our
they
yellow
were actually
walker is
developed
under
before
attack.
1900. So they kind of had to work around some old-fashioned values like walkability.
The Venator fights with fervor.
And the thing is, I would say most Americans really love the idea of small-town America.
I see dynamo. See dynamo.
Our blue guardian has been defeated.
But continuing to build small-town America? Yeah. Yeah. Like the SpongeBob meme. Or the lady with the face meme. Which I imagine a lot of Europeans are figuring out as well. Right now there's a lot of like happy fun takes about the World Cup, which is nice. Like people saying that we have the best food. It's amazing. They get tacos and walk for free. And it's like, that's nice. The other countries aren't making fun of us for once.
I'll take to the skies. Get the drop on them.
Got the button right for us. Fuck me.
Our blue walker is
Dumbass.
under attack.
I can buy something of quality.
There's the mole man.
You guys, I feel like there's just more cases of being somewhere in between a gigantic city and a small town. You know? I feel like there's a lot more in-betweens in other countries.
Our green walker is under attack.
But in America, I mean, if you
They're
want
not catching me.
walkability, you're kind of talking about
Our
either
yellow walker is under attack.
living in a city or
Broadway needs help.
or if you're lucky, you might find some house in like an actual small town. And they don't want another assassin.
The righteous have nothing to fear from me.
Yeah, let me solo, please.
Well, someone's
Well, I'm
looking to
following
make a statement.
World Cup is the protests that are organized around it. Oh, really?
An excellent choice.
Under the mole man. Isn't also the U.S. idea is you're not supposed to be living in a city. City is mostly for work. Oh yeah.
Stop them from delivering the urn.
The city is where you go to work. The American dream is owning a white picket fence, 3-bedroom house next to 5 dozen other
Soldier is here.
white picket fence houses.
The urn has been dropped.
And not everywhere is, exactly like that. It's just that a lot of times you obviously find a nice in-between. It's also crazy expensive. Because they'll be building like decent apartments as far as like their size and
I see Krill.
Guards will deal with them. I see you.
For all
That's the one I'm looking for. Not appliances.
The Earth is
Heading to blue.
Let's push Greenwich.
Not commodities. Get. But they'll be nice enough apartments. Let's just say that. And they'll be in a walkable area because they'll be like apartments, and then they've surrounded them by like they've actually got different zoning laws where the shops can be like underneath the apartments. Like those types of areas will exist some places, but then you look at these, you know, one-bedroom apartments that in a lot of the rest of the world, let's say like a Western Europe country would be maybe, I don't know, 600, 700 euros apparently. And in America, they're $2,000 plus. I hate living in a place where there are literally no public transportation options to get into the city.
bolster your mind and spirit.
That's true. That's always a good point. And as far as I understand it, I mean, most of the world is not happy with the whole amounts of money from your wage living costs. It's, I think, especially egregious in America, but I think that, again, has a lot to do with the whole,
See the enemy.
lack of middle grounds that exist. We kind of had this discussion with a European and Saudi, actually. Roddy was a nice bridge, you know, because he had lived in both the Netherlands as well as... I don't have counterspell. Fuck. Oh, he was gonna grab me, you know he wanted to. He didn't think he needed to, and then he realized he did, and whoo, that stake saves me. Anyway, he had lived in multiple European cities, countrysides, whatever, and then he had also lived in America. Oh. Come on. Let's get this counterspell. Come on.
Come back if you need anything else.
Alright, we're good now.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Let's take out 7. I see 7.
Fine.
Let's take out 7.
No more games.
Stacks!
Let's push Broadway.
As it takes to win.
I see the enemy. I see Krill.
Careful, Abrams.
Oh, yeah.
Headed to
he's
Greenwich.
Very injured. Are we gonna try and catch him?
Our green walker is under attack.
You know, it's, I mean, it's obviously personal preference, so not everyone would agree with this statement, but I'd rather live in Krefeld. Where there's a couple of shady parts. But then you walk 10 minutes away from the Homestray Cup bar, and it just kind of seems like it's a nice German city. There's a good amount of accommodation around the nearby grocery store and city center.
Krill's missing.
In fact, the place I stayed at last time, that was like 15-minute walk from the bar. It was like near a university or something. I would not want to live on a homestead. Definitely not. You're from Greece originally? Yeah, I was in Greece recently, and the tour guide...
Stay behind! No, I'm dead again!
The tour guides were, talked about that. Crazy, crazy inexpensive if you're not being paid Greek wages.
I see Hayes.
Thank you for helping your allies, Lash.
Nice, man. Max Impact Hazel out of you, bro. Fucking loser!
That guy is not okay.
Take out 7.
He's died 10 times.
There's nothing I can't buy. If I'm on street level, I'm not doing my job right.
I already regret it.
Our green walker is under attack.
I'm not Wraith.
Headed to green. Headed to blue.
Come here, Celeste.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Oh my god.
Blue needs help. Die on your feet.
I am incredibly slot locked.
Same.
I am incredibly everything locked, bro.
Well, you
Paid
know,
wages
I'll
are placed
just, I'll
on
be quiet for right now,
80%.
but
Yeah, it could be so much worse,
Damn.
man.
yeah, I
It
could
is
be
pretty
so
rough.
much worse. You are right. I could really flame really hard.
Oh, I just fucking Hazel to 3 times.
This
I
is
mean,
a
they were
MOBA,
complaining
and
about
all you
needing a
Marvel
slot,
Rivals
so I thought maybe
players
there'd
that
be a
switched
push
over here
to green.
don't
but,
know how toxic MOBAs should be.
there wasn't.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know why you went over there.
Well, the problem with taking on walkers as Vindicta in general is that you don't really have an escape. Using flight to get your initial acceleration boost can be
Okay,
somewhat
I
of an
have
escape,
Mystic.
but
I have witch mail. I just sell something.
why I'm like, I'm not Wraith, I can't just get out.
So long.
Damn.
Oh, I'm so good. God damn!
Gave me my stack.
Holy shit.
I'm
Oh, yo, Earn. Yo, either Earn or Blue. Like, we need a
Let's
walker.
push blue.
Almost all of them are already there.
I'm coming, Vin.
Yeah, I don't want to go on
Just kill it,
suicide
just kill it.
missions.
What are you doing? Kill it.
Our green
Buddy, I
walker
died
is
so quickly.
under attack.
Fuck the wave. Get me out of here. See you, bye. Oh, I'm dead. Hyperline.
Stick around.
Our green walker has been destroyed.
Alright, I need plated badly for her.
I go up to plated.
I could also go return fire and kill her with it. That sounds fun.
How does the flight work? You can cancel it, and you can dash. But the dash isn't nearly as good as like Grey Talon's dash on it.
Not to like suck my own dick, but to like suck my own dick. Being tied for most souls. Trophy collector. If you're ever losing Inverness, buy trophy, brother.
Is that the method?
Well, I farmed 5 camps this game, and I'm at 30k.
I see Mirage.
Oh, Tech to get a lot of speed with Vindicta?
On spirit people, yeah, trophy.
God, I don't know. I haven't done a
We
I haven't
should go
done speed
yellow.
Vindicta.
Like too late to buy that shit, or like?
It's
Oh,
too
wow.
late.
If this guy walks out,
It takes
I'm
so
grabbing
long
it.
to stack.
Hayes, let's take out Hayes.
You flight cancel dash.
This is bad. We should just.
There might be
leave,
some
man.
tech to it, but I'm not sure.
yeah.
Ben, go this way. Oh, I'm dead now.
Pull back.
Fuck.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Time to move.
Rest.
Our blue walker has been destroyed.
No!
Oh!
Oh, that didn't go well. So I just helped him kill Mirage. Mirage would have been good.
The Holy Father extends her hand to you. The Rejuvenator is descending.
Let's regroup and prepare a defense.
You know you can light melee, Aaron, right? True. You're right, man.
I'll be ready.
I'm surprised that you're so gun heavy early.
I wish this guy hadn't plugged his mic in.
Just throw in fountain or something.
They won't be going anywhere.
I'm grabbing Aaron.
No, why did he pick up?
Protect the
Goddamn.
Urn Runner.
I get shit on, kids. Alright, run. Abrams, you're dead. You're both dead. See ya. Oh, Ripman did Ben, I always throw it right here.
I can do this all day.
Bro, oh my god.
100% ferret reels. That's a good Instagram then.
Many as I can.
They came, but they will return.
I see Hayes. Me and meet the same fate.
Catherine crazy.
You need to make a stand and stop them. We only have one shrine left.
Dude, That's a joke, Valve. I have hook. Oh. She's killing herself with the return fire.
Our defenses are crumbling.
Alright, nice. Nice. Sick.
You need to stand and stop them.
I'll find a place to snipe. They took out the Venator.
A double dynamo during the second.
Well fought.
Good game.
Good game.
Well played.
Good game.
The lash approves.
This is going well.
That Bebop was annoying. Kind of glad he lost. It was a good backseater. Commenting on everyone and what they should be doing eventually. Oh, that was the one game. GG's. I guess he did name himself Yapper. That makes sense. And that is it for today. Wednesday should be all Deadlock. Yeah. And some D&D Wednesday as well. Alright then. See you guys. Bye. Thanks.